Turkana University was established in 2017. It is a constituent college of Masinde Muliro University. Turkana University has 3 schools. We have the School of Business and Economics, we have the School of Education and Social Sciences, and we have the School of Science. Turkana University admits both national and international students. We have the students under the COOPS program, and we have the self-sponsored program. Within our self-sponsored program, we have the students from South Sudan, who are the refugees and sponsored by Windle Trust. And the other students are from within Turkana County. A good number of them work with Turkana County government. So those are our major clients. A good number of the students we've got is from Southern Sudan. But from our marketing, we've marketed across, and we are expecting students from Ethiopia, Sudan, and Uganda. You should join Turkana University. Turkana University offers the programs that you need. We are market-oriented. We offer what is required in the market. Agriculture, science and technology, mathematics. We carry out CBC programs. We offer short courses that are offered at the school, Kenya School of Government. This is where you can get what you want. You need it, we have it here at Turkana University. Turkana University is the cradle of knowledge. Welcome to Turkana University.
Take a surprise, an impromptu visit to the shops and to the households. Alafu baadaye tuende kwa ofisi ya Sunbrim, tusikie hawa wa Sunbrim wanasemaje. Umeget? But in the meantime, I'm in my house. I have my 800 grams. So nataka kujua if those guys at the shop are selling to you this, na kama nyinyi mnaenda kutembelea shop. See you in a bit. Boom. Mambo.
Poa.
Niaje?
Poa.
Naitwa nani?
Ruby Baraka Shop.
Ruby Baraka Shop.
Yeah.
Mimi ni mtu wa Sunbrim. Okay. Naitwa Dail. Uko poa?
Uko poa.
Safi. Sasa Ruby.
Yeah.
Mimi nimekuja hapa story ya mkate.
Yes.
Mbona unauza Sunbrim?
Nauza Sunbrim kwa sababu ni mzuri sana. Hata unapokula huwezi tamani kupaka blue band.
Haya, sasa na wale watu wenye wanakuja kununua Sunbrim hapa wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbrim?
Wanasema Sunbrim ni mkate soft sana, ni mkate safi sana.
Iko poa?
Iko poa kabisa.
Na wewe as a person, venye watu wanakuambia ni mkate fiti na venye wewe unaiona, wewe unawezaje advice mtu mwenye hajai kula Sunbrim, utamwambia nini?
Na advice ya kuwa ajaribu kula Sunbrim, atapenda sana kuliko hizo zingine.
Zile zingine?
Yeah.
Na nauliza, kuna hii mkate ya 800 grams ile kubwa.
Yeah.
Unauza?
Yeah.
Watu wananunua?
Yes.
Ni hebu nipe. Lovely. Safi. Uko feti asante sana. Sisi tunajaribu kujua ni nini inaendelea.
Okay.
Ndio tujue wakuu wetu watuambie kama tunafanya kazi mzuri ama tufanye kazi mzuri. Mambo baba.
Mambo poa.
Majina?
James Emase Kai.
James Emase Kai.
Yeah.
Wewe ni
supplier wa Sunbream.
Supplier. Kampuni kubwa.
Yes.
Mna supply mkate?
Tuna supply mkate.
Watu wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbream?
Watu wanasema kampuni ni kubwa. Na imekuja juzi imeovertake zingine yenye zilikuwa za kitambo.
Okay.
So mikate huwa tunapeleka mahali pote.
Yeah.
Kanokol, Kakuma, Sanlokcheri huwa tunafika.
Okay.
Sana sana hapa Lodwar. Hii kampuni imeongoza kwa sababu customer akihitaji mkate wakati wote huwa anapata kwa wakati saa hiyo.
Yaani mtu akihitaji on time analetewa
immediately.
Yes.
Alafu ma customers nayo pia huwa wanakula mikate ile fresh.
Okay.
Si atubali mikate yetu ilale siku 2 ama 3.
Okay.
Ndio kwa sababu watu wanapenda.
Okay.
Kwa mimi kama supplier nimeenjoy kazi kulingana na product zetu ni safi. Pia inatujengea jina. So niko na sifa nzuri.
Kabisa. So unasema watu Turkana wanapenda Sunbream.
Yeah. Kila mahali ukitembea ni Sunbream. Wanasema kama si tamu si Sunbream.
Si Sunbream.
Yeah.
Asante sana.
Sasa inanipea morali pia nifanye kazi kwa hiyo kampuni.
Asante sana.
Yeah.
Nashukuru. Hayo tu. Tunajaribu kuangalia venye mnafanya kazi.
Tutaendelea kufanya.
Asante. Okay. Sasa tumepata shopkeeper, tumepata driver. Now we want to invade space yao ma directors na ma CEO wa Sunbream. Tujue wanasemaje kuhusu mkate.
Karibu dai.
Asante sana.
Ya Sunbream.
Asante sana.
Karibu Sunbream.
For those who don't know, boss wangu ndio huyu. Waambie kwanza majina ndio wakujue.
My name is Emma.
Emma ndio mwenye analipa mshahara kila mwezi. Now, Emma, si tumekuja hapa, we want people to know more about Sunbream.
Now, our Sunbream,
yes,
also known as Sun City Confectionery Limited, we are a confectionery company that started a while ago when Corona period was around. So when we started, we started with few products. We struggled a little bit, but later on we picked up because our company produces quality products.
Really?
We've always strived to produce quality products for our company so that we can satisfy our customers.
Yes.
And every other person who tests or takes our products, we make sure that they get satisfied with the services we offer.
True.
With the quality of our products. We actually produce several products. Produce the 400 bread, 400 grams bread. We also produce the giant.
The giant one, the 800 grams.
This is the latest one, the latest product we launched after the 400 grams.
Okay.
Then we also have like a 200.
Which is Kamini.
We are also preparing to launch our Sunbream Lala product. So this will be launched within, let's say, few months
to come.
Few months to come.
Wow.
This will be available in shops.
Now, mine is simple. How are your clients? My customers wenu wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbream? Feedback yenye unapata kwa customer.
Customers wetu, we've always got feedback from our customers because we usually value whatever comes from outside.
Yes.
The customers, they usually we usually send our suppliers and our salespeople while they go outside. When they go outside to deliver these products, and then they are offering the services from this company to our clients, we make sure that they also get feedback from
the services,
them. How satisfied are they? How are our products? So that it helps us to improve our products. It also improves us to. It helps us to improve the quality of our products to the satisfaction of every client out there.
Now, in case if I want to order for Sunbream, how do I do it?
Usually, we've given out the numbers. The numbers are always there on our breads, at the back of the bread. The packaging papers have always been, the numbers have been given at the back.
Okay.
I have my number is up. The company's number
is there.
We have two numbers. Either whenever you call either of the numbers, we will always direct our salespeople or our suppliers to your doorsteps.
Asante sana. So in case kama ni bulkness, munaweza produce any amount you
at the moment.
At the order, kwa mfano if I want to have a big order, Should I call for bigger order or a small order?
No, at the moment we can produce, we have the capacity to produce a big order.
Wow.
Yeah. At the big, yes, we have, we can produce as much as the client wants.
Okay.
Depending with the orders.
Okay.
As they come in.
Asante sana. That's why wanasema kama si tamu.
Kama si tamu, si Sunbrim.
Hello. Hello beautiful people, ladies and gentlemen. Si tunataka kujua kama wase lodo wanakula mkate. If people love bread. And the bread that I'm talking about ni gani? Ni Sunbrim. Sunbrim premium bread. Na leo, me and my crew, we've decided to take a surprise, an impromptu visit to the shops and to the households. Alafu baadaye tuende kwa ofisi ya Sunbrim, tusikie hawa wa Sunbrim wanasemaje. Umeget? But in the meantime, I'm in my house. I have my 800 grams. So nataka kujua if those guys at the shop are selling to you this, na kama nyinyi mnaenda kutembelea shop. See you in a bit. Boom. Mambo.
Poa.
Niaje?
Poa.
Naitwa nani?
Naitwa Ruby Baraka Shop.
Ruby Baraka Shop.
Yeah.
Mimi ni mtu wa Sunbrim. Okay. Naitwa Dail.
Hiyo ni vizuri.
Uko poa?
Uko poa.
Safi. Sasa Ruby.
Yeah.
Mimi nimekuja hapa story ya mkate.
Yes.
And mbona unauza Sunbrim?
Nauza Sunbrim kwa sababu ni mzuri sana. Hata unapokula huwezi tamani kupaka blue band.
Haya, sasa na wale watu wenye wanakuja kununua Sunbrim hapa wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbrim?
Wanasema Sunbrim ni mkate soft sana, ni mkate safi sana.
Iko poa?
Iko poa kabisa.
Na wewe as a person venye watu wanakuambia ni mkate fiti na venye wewe unaiona, wewe unawezaje advice mtu mwenye hajai kula Sunbrim, utamwambia nini?
Na advice ya kuwa ajaribu kula Sunbrim, atapenda sana kuliko hizo zingine.
Zile zingine?
Yeah.
Na nauliza, kuna hii mkate ya 800 grams ile kubwa.
Yeah.
Unauza?
Yeah.
Watu wananunua?
Yes.
Ni hebu nipe. Lovely. Safi. Uko feti asante sana. Sisi tunajaribu kujua ni nini inaendelea.
Okay.
Ndio tujue wakuu wetu watuambie kama tunafanya kazi mzuri ama tufanye kazi mzuri. Mambo baba.
Mambo poa.
Majina?
James Emase Kai.
James Emase Kai.
Yeah.
Wewe ni
supplier wa Sunbrim.
Supplier.
Kampuni kubwa.
Yes. Mna supply mkate?
Tuna supply mkate.
Watu wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbrim?
Watu wanasema kampuni ni kubwa. Na imekuja juzi, imeovertake zingine yenye zilikuwa za kitambo.
Okay.
So mikate huwa tunapeleka mahali pote.
Yeah.
Kalokol, Kakuma, Salokcheri huwa tunafika.
Okay.
Sana hapa Lodwa. Hii kampuni imeongoza kwa sababu customer akihitaji mkate wakati wote,
yes,
huwa anapata kwa wakati saa hiyo.
Yaani mtu akihitaji on time analetewa
immediately.
Yes.
Alafu ma customers nayo pia huwa wanakula mikate ile fresh.
Okay.
Si atubali mikate yetu ile siku 2 ama 3.
Okay.
Ndio kwa sababu watu wanapenda.
Okay.
Kwa mimi kama supplier nimeenjoy kazi kulingana na product zetu ni safi. Pia inatujengea jina. So niko na sifa nzuri.
Kabisa. So unasema watu Turkana wanapenda Sunbrim.
Yeah. Kila mahali ukitembea ni Sunbrim. Wanasema kama si tamu si Sunbrim.
Si Sunbrim.
Yeah.
Asante sana.
Sasa inanipea morali pia nifanye kazi kwa hiyo kampuni.
Asante sana.
Yeah.
Nashukuru. Na hayo tu. Tutajaribu kuangalia venye mnafanya kazi.
Tutaendelea kufanya.
Asante.
Sawa.
Okay. Sasa tumepata shopkeeper, tumepata driver. Now we want to invade space yao ma directors na ma CEO wa Sunbrim. Tujue wanasemaje kuhusu hii mkate.
Karibu Dail.
Asante sana.
Ya Sunbrim.
Asante sana.
Karibu Sunbrim.
For those who don't know,
Turkana University was established in 2017. It is a constituent college of Masinde Muliro University. Turkana University has 3 schools. We have the School of Business and Economics, we have the School of Education and Social Sciences, and we have the School of Science. Turkana University admits. Switch off your phone ama iwe kwa flight mode. When you are answering questions, you will be given either 2 minutes or 5 minutes. Avoid shouting to each other. Reduce emotions. No use of vulgar language. Kwa hivyo tuheshimu wenzetu, maana huu ni mjadala tu wa kujua ni yapi uko nayo kwa watu wetu wa Turkana West. Na nyinyi wenye mko kwa plenary, hakuna kushout, hakuna kupiga makofi. Nafikiri Daila ashawaambia vile mtafanya. Sisi kama moderators, ama mimi kama moderator, I am non-partisan, siko kwa party yoyote, mimi nimekuja tu kuwa moderator, hili tuanze mjadala. Tunawatakia kila laheri tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Mwenye atachaguliwa ndio atakuwa mjumbe wa kila mtu, si mjumbe ya UDA, ya ODM, ya Jubilee, ya party yoyote. Utakuwa mwakilishi ya watu wa Turkana West. Sasa tunaweza anza mjadala. Kabla tujaanza mjadala, tunaomba kujua, tutaanza kwa mkono huu wangu wa kushoto. Tuambie jina lako, masomo ulio nayo, mali umefanyia kazi, chama chako. Tunaweza tumia lugha 3. Unaweza tumia Kiturkana, Kiswahili na Kiingereza. Maana voters wetu kuna wenye hawasikii Kiingereza na hawasikii Kiswahili. Karibu kaka.
Asante. Habari zenu wote. Kwa majina naitwa Paul Esekon Ake. Ni mkazi wa Kakuma. Nimesomea Bachelor of Education Arts, Mathematics Geography. Nimefanyia kazi Locado kama Energy and Environment Senior Officer. Na naania kiti ya MP kwa tiketi ya KANU. Asante.
Shukran. Tuendelee.
Yes, let me use this one. Thank you very much, Mr. Logiron.
Wale wako nyuma, mnasikia hiyo sauti? Mnampata vizuri? Ongeza sauti kidogo.
All right, thank you. Is that right? Right. I am Benjamin Ekwamekal. That is my name, officially called. I am a holder of a degree from the University of Nairobi, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, Sociology and Political Science. I have been in Turkana West since my birth in 1988, and being a member of this sub-county and a constituency, I have been a businessman doing business since my graduation in 2014. I have actively been involved in politics, 2007 as a voter. The first time I voted, 2013 as a supporter, and 2017 as also a supporter. This year, I am in the field actively, continuously, coming in as a candidate for Member of Parliament in Turkana West. And the party politics, I am voting for, I am contesting for a candidate, for a ticket which is independent. That is IT. If you have always heard, that is where my candidature is coming through. Thank you very much. We'll be with you.
Thank you, Honorable Benjamin.
Hamjambo wote. Daniel Epuyo Nanok, mbunge wa Turkana Magharibi kwa sasa hadi tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu. Mimi nimefanya kazi karibu 2 na niko kwa kazi ya 3. Nilianza kama mwalimu wa shule za upili, nikawa msimamizi ya elimu. Baadaye nilipojibwaga kwa uwanja ya siasa mwaka wa 2007 nikapoteza, na kwa hiyo ilibidi nirudi kutafuta kazi. Basi nikapata kazi ya kuwa msimamizi ya shirika la Tupado kama msimamizi mkuu kwa miaka karibu 3. Mwaka wa 2013 nikasimama kuwania kiti cha mbunge kwa eneo bunge jipya la Turkana Magharibi. Nikafanikiwa kupata kiti hiyo, na ndio bado niko kwa nafasi hiyo kama mbunge. Mimi nimesoma, niko na shahada 2 za degree. Shahada zote 2 ni za elimu. Nafikiri hiyo inatosha. Asante.
Thank you. We can start from this side. Honorable Ake, where is your permanent residence? How many MCAs do you have under you now? And how well do you know Turkana West in terms of the number of registered voters, the population, and the geography of Turkana West? Question 1, where is your permanent residence? The number of MCAs you have? How well do you know Turkana West? You have 5 minutes to respond to that.
Thank you so much. I think those questions are too many at once. And my name is Paul Esokon. Ake is not found in the voter register. So I will be glad if you say Paul Esokon Care.
Sorry, Mheshimiwa. Very simple 3 questions. Where is your permanent residence? 2, how many MCAs do you have under you in this election? Number 3, how well do you know Turkana West in terms of population, registered voters, and the geography of Turkana West?
Asante. My permanent residence is Kakuma. I am one of the founder of a village called Haurenregai, but I was born in Towakayeni. Simply means I'm a resident of Turkana West, which said Kota is Kakuma. I have the 7 MCS. Not all of them are from Kanu, but we share ideology in Azimio. Geographically, I understand Turkana West because I have been an energy and environmental officer in Locado, which covers the whole 7 wards. And I've been representing the people of Turkana West in my capacity at that level. I understand the population of Turkana West is 239,519 people by the census of 2019. I also understand roughly the estimate of people who are voting in Turkana West are 42,000. I don't know the hundreds that are up there, but they're around 42,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Same questions to you, Ekwam. I repeat the questions. Very well. Question number 1. Where do you live, your permanent residence? Number 2, how many MCAs do you have in your party now? Question 3, how well do you know Turkana West in terms of population, registered voters, and the geography of Turkana West? Thank you.
Thank you once more, Mr. Logiron. Benjamin Ikwame.
And maybe to correct you, I am Dr. Logiron.
Thank you. Thank you once more. I am born resident of Kakuma, staying in Togokayeni village, Atadukumai, if you can remember that, residents of Kakuma. That is my permanent residence. In terms of the party, MCS under me, I'm an independent candidate. An independent candidate cannot have anybody, even a governor, under him or her. That will remain. I am a registered candidate in a ticket which is independent by registrar of political parties. I know Turkana West, population of about 300,000 by the census of 2019, I mean 2019. And in terms of registered voters, Turkana West sub-county has 42,673. I can remember that. That is the registered voter, and God willing, that's what we are working against. And I prefer to get more of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa Epuyo, I repeat the questions, or you got them?
I think I remember the questions.
Very well, very well. Much obliged.
You have asked my permanent residence. I am a resident of Turkana West. Born in Lokichogio location, which was a location that bordered the now known Kakuma location. My sub-location by then was Nanam, which is currently another location. I live in Lokichogio, I live in Kakuma, I have a house in Lodwa, and I spend time in all these places. I also reside in Nairobi due to my work engagements. So the public can get to know that I'm all over. About Turkana West, I've had the privilege and the opportunity to be a member of parliament of Turkana West, being the first one. This constituency having been created from the larger Turkana North in the year 2013. And so I understand Turkana West, it has 7 wards, it has 13 locations, it has more than, I think, 34 sub-locations now. Those are administrative locations. We have close to, I'm not sure of the village admins now, but those are all administrative units that support this sub-county. Of course, the population is, as been mentioned by my colleagues, 239 and some hundreds, as per the census 2019 August, which has gone up already. I remember contesting that figure and saying that it was a lower figure. That is not our numbers. We are more than 280,000 people in this sub-county. but due to enumeration challenges, that is the number, and therefore the official figure that is there, quoted in the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics figures. The registered voters are 42,673, 4,153 in Nanam Ward, 5,490 in Lokichoge Ward, 4,733 in Songot Ward, 5,099 in Kalobeye. Leta has 5,348. This big town, which is now elevated into a municipality, has a total of 12,153, with the next ward being 5,649. That is the numbers given to us by IEBC.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you done, Mwalimu?
It's okay. It's okay.
Very well. Thank you, Mwalimu. We are crossing to the next set of questions. We start with Benjamin. Are you ready? Before we start with you, noisemakers in the house, I have powers and privileges to chuck you out. If you are drunk, we also drink. Give us time. Your representatives are here to give you their agenda, not my agenda. Please, let's give them time, because this is an opportunity for you to know them better. We are giving you room so that you can do cross-examination of your leaders. If you want to make noise, Kakuma has a good number of bars. It has a good number of churches. You can choose any, including the mosque. Thank you. Honorable Benjamin, please tell us the 3 key functions of an MP. Number 2, tell us your 5 key agendas that you want to do to the people of Turkana West. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you once more. Dr. Logiron, as you said.
Not as said. It is an award.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
First, an MP is a member of parliament, and being a member of parliament in Kenya, you can be a member of parliament through an independent ticket or through a political party. And through a political party, one comes as an MP to legislate in the parliament and discuss the policies of political parties as may be raised in the parliament. Also, as a member of parliament, coming through a political party, one scrutinizes the policies which should be brought to the parliament for discussion. Also, to add on the roles of an MP, that's a member of parliament. Member of parliament through a political party discusses the policies of the party, and they are there to defend their political parties and the manifestos of political parties. The second question is on my agenda for this political and electionary period. I'm contesting as a candidate in Turkana West, for one, to get on the agenda of education. After school, my Form 4, I taught voluntarily, and being a teacher, I got to understand the problems affecting the Turkana West student, the Turkana West youth, and those who are going through the education process. And this, I have got also to understand that those who came before us do not understand what education is, and they have kept on building classes and adding more structures. And I'm coming as a candidate to touch on the productivity and the quality of education. We are here and I am contesting so that I get an opportunity that I am asking from these honorable members of Turkana West. I can improve on the quality of education. We get more youth to the university because more better and productive education comes from the university. That's why, because of our more classes with little and low quality education, we have been scrambling and struggling on the G4S and KK for what? These security jobs and cleaning jobs around here are the ones that our MP and leaders have been working on to take on lists, because that's the only place the students from Turkana West mostly can get to that. But most of us who have gotten to university, we have not been able
2 minutes.
through education to go that is on education. I will improve on the quality of education. Second, on the water issue, we have an aquifer in Turkana West, Lotikipi, and given an opportunity by Turkana West, because it's one of the problems that's facing even bigger towns like Kakuma, I will work hand in hand with the county government, whatsoever that will be elected, to explore and bring that water into use. That is my second agenda, and my third agenda will be on security. Being a border sub-county bordering Uganda, Ethiopia, and Sudan, given an opportunity as an MP Turkana West come 9th August this year, I will work together with Turkana West constituents, bring peace through good relations with our neighboring countries
1 minute.
to improve on the insecurity issues which has always affected our people. And lastly, I will also work to unite the Turkana West people in each and every agenda they will bring, including employment and education. I will avoid the opportunity given to our people from being accessed by the least way. We will access that freely, and as Turkana West people, we will not discriminate you. Give me that opportunity, you will be giving me the right work I will do.
Thank
I
you,
am good in
thank you.
that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Epio, 3 functions as an MP and your 5 key agendas for the people of Turkana West.
Thank you, Daktari. I understand that is the job I do now. I do representation. I do oversight of government and non-governmental organizations and all other institutions within the Kenyan space. And the third role, of course, is legislation, which is the role of making law. Those are the 3 functions of a member of parliament. My agenda has been and is, first and foremost, education. And I think I've worked to improve access to education in this sub-county through infrastructural development, through scholarships, education scholarships, afforded to the people of Turkana West by the Constituency Development Fund, and of course the county bursary fund, which helps our students to undertake their studies. On the scholarship bit, Daktari, I think I'm the only member of parliament in the Kenyan parliament, with the 290 of us, who introduced a novel low-cost boarding for our primary schools, just to improve the number of boarding schools so that our children are able to live in school, have more time with their teachers so that they can improve their performance. And we decided to scatter around 10 schools to begin with across the 7 wards of this constituency, so that particularly the nomadic and pastoral children can have quality education, quality time, food within their schools so that they are able to study more. So
3
education
minutes.
has been a key pillar for me, and it will continue. I believe, given more opportunity, I stand a better chance to improve the quality of education in our schools. My other agenda has been and will continue to be empowerment of our people through programs that improve the livelihoods of our people, through civic education of our people, training of our people in ways that diversify the livelihoods. And this has been noticed by the NGOs that involve themselves in these livelihood diversification programs, and even within the government setup. I think our novel project currently is the K. Dr. D project that has been funding our groups.
3 minutes.
The third agenda, and it has been and it will continue to be, it's been a bit of a challenge, is the question of water. Water for domestic use, water for irrigation and agriculture if it were possible, and water for livestock. That is an agenda that I am pursuing, that I have tried to pursue for the 2 terms I've been a member of parliament. The fourth agenda, as far as I understand it, is the question of the security of our people, security of the properties and the livelihoods of our people. That has been a challenge, and I have always said it is the voice that needs to be raised so that government, which is the main provider of security,
1
is
minute.
able to address the question of insecurity of people and their properties in Turkana West. Finally, and lastly, the question of food security. Still a challenge to us. When I talk of food security, it is not within currently the functions of the national government, which is where I represent the people of Turkana West, but with concerted efforts and agreeable leadership, it is possible that we in Turkana West can actually provide ourselves with food enough for ourselves. I'm not forgetting that there is the livestock industry. Turkana West is, I think, the leading livestock industry producers in the county.
Thank you.
So we've not pursued that strongly. It can be improved. We have LMS, the Livestock Marketing Associations, but they can do better than they have done.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. And finally, Paul.
Thank you. There are 3 functions I understand. First is a legislative function, which is making the laws in the parliament. The second is the oversight role. And the third is representation of your constituents. Agendas, or I can say my activities, or manifesto, is that I see a gap in education. Which gap in education? That is the question. The gap of research institute. We say we lack water. Do we have people or the student we have taken to study that course? Do we have a research institute? I need to put a research institute that will do a research in artificial insemination of our livestock, that will do a research in soil salinity. Research in soil salinity, because most of the soil, let's say 99% of the soil in Turkana West are saline. Which kind of crop can we do? We need to know which kind of drought-resistant crop can we do on Research Institute. Secondly, water and sanitation. We understand every time when our bowl water levels goes down is because we have different things that are taking water from the aquifers. Our aquifers should be having recharge systems. Recharge systems are micro dams that will make sure the water stability is high throughout the year. And that can be done. I will say how later on. Water and sanitation. We need to have also on sanitation what we call public toilets. Everywhere we go, tuko na mahali inaitwa Kadokochin. Most of the small streams here inaitwa Kadokochin. What is Kadokochin? So we must have public toilets because during rainy time, we have many things that touches on health, on cholera and other things.
3 minutes.
On water again, we lack storage tanks. We need to do that either by coordination with the county government, doing the synergies with the NGOs so that we can combine our efforts to provide people that. The third is livestock health and border reconciliation. Livestock health. We need to have a central vaccine center, a lab that will provide all our young livestock. Wakati mbuzi, we can vaccinate such that our animal become resistant to diseases. And that is how we can create wealth. We can also do artificial insemination. Si lazima mtu akuwe na wanyama, lazima akuwe ndume kwa mbuzi zake, ama kwa kondoo, ama kwa nini. We can do artificial insemination. Tutaweza toa sperms from the bull, from the male animal, and then we inject to the female. And then we can do also a dual production.
1 minute.
Finally, we have food security. I believe our soil can produce a lot. What lacks? It lacks technical persons. We can take our young people who finishes high school and they need to do agriculture courses. We can sponsor them through our education programs and scholarship to go and study in countries like Israel, in countries that have overcome the drought resistance and providing their population with food. So all arable lands, Eyal, Akwasuguru, Nawuntos, we can divide into two. What we call subsistent farming. Subsistent farming can be done in Eyal, Akwasuguru, where people have their own farms. And then we can do finally what we call government farmlands. Government farmlands will be the farmlands where we can do what we call plantation of cereal crops. And then we store them so that during drought time we can provide our people that. Thank you.
Alakara, ejokonoi. Ejokonoi Mheshimiwa Paul Lesekon. Our online viewers, we are waiting for your questions. We are taking concerns, reading your comments religiously, and we will raise your questions and ask the candidates. I hope wote mumesikia manifesto ya waheshimiwa. Kuna mtu hajasikia? Hii process ni participatory. Nitawapatia muda ya nyinyi kuwauliza maswali kwa njia mzuri. Sawa sawa? So msikuja mseme tumemaliza kuongea tumeacha hivyo. Nitapatia watu nafasi ili waulize wajumbe wetu maswali yenye yanawahusu. Pia tunaongojea maswali kutoka familia yetu yenye iko online. We are waiting for your questions. As we receive your questions, I have some issues that we need clarification from our aspirants. We start from where? Extreme end. Very well. This is a democratic country. Wameamua tuanzie kule mwisho. Good evening, mwalimu. I captured your 5 agendas. 1 on education, empowerment of our people through livelihood, civic education. You said you'll take care of the issue of water and you'll continue. There is the issue of security of our people, and there is the issue of livestock production. Were those the issues you enumerated? Very well. Let me start with the water. The famous Lotikipi aquifer. The discovery was done while you are still an MP. Nothing has happened so far. Maybe you will comment on that. Give us the reasons why, and why do you think the people of Turkana West can give you 5 more years, yet nothing has happened in the aquifer? Number 2, you talked of empowerment. Empowerment means you build capacity of your people. Do you think the people of Turkana West will give you more time to empower them or empower yourself? There is a case whereby your daughter was recruited as a chief security officer. You employed someone called Joseph Loruto in charge of the ward issues and other issues. Number 3, there is an issue of balkanization of Turkana West, whereby all development is AIC related and based on clans. Maybe you can make comments on that so that your people can give you 5 more years. Make clarification on that so that they stop asking you in the corridors. You have your 5 minutes. If you need 5 more, I can add you to clear the air so that we can move. But before you respond, I would wish to recognize the presence of Ekusi Lore, the Deputy Governor for UDA. Who else is around? The MCA around? Any MCA aspirant? Inua mkono MCA aspirant mwenyako? MP aspirant? Thank you. Kuna wenye wanajificha wataki tuwajue, kesho tutawajua. Mwalimu, you have your 5 minutes. If you need 5 more, please make clarification on those issues.
Thank you, Daktari. I think you will have, that was a mouthful, so you will need to take me through one by one. But start with the first question, because those
Lotikipi aquifer.
Lotikipi aquifer, it was discovered, yes, it was discovered in 2012.
Yes.
I became a member of parliament in 2013. You are not right to say nothing has happened. Something has happened. Some boreholes have been sunk in Lotikipi. The initial borehole that actually discovered Lotikipi was sunk by UNESCO. Yeah. And that is the borehole that was used to declare that there is a lot of water in Lotikipi. Since then, through my lobbying and through my pushing, another borehole was sunk by the Rift Valley Water Service Board. Okay? Unfortunately, they sunk the second borehole very close to the initial borehole. When the water samples were taken, they were said to be saline, too saline to be good for any use. And that is what halted the Lotikipi aquifer development. That did not stop there, Dr. In my second term, having seen the potential in Lotikipi with the difficulty of drought and lack of water in Turkana West, and that possibility, I kept on pushing government that they needed to do a lot more in terms of exploratory boreholes in Lotikipi. And Lotikipi covers, as it is said in that UNESCO study, 4,100 square kilometers. That is a huge area, which you cannot use only 2 boreholes to condemn. In Lotikipi, as we speak, one of the high-yielding boreholes in Lotikipi is the borehole at Kapetadie, which gives, which SEPSA, the oil company that drilled oil in Turkana West, actually sank, and it was giving around 30 plus cubic meters of water per hour. And that water is not as saline as it is said. That is the source of water for our pastoral community around the Mogila Hills. Okay? There is a borehole that was sunk, again by SEPSA in 2014 in Nanam Center, a yield of 14 cubic meters per hour. That is the livelihood water, I mean the life stay, the mainstay water for Nanam Center, which is used for domestic use. And through my lobbying again, in 2018, 2019, I was able to push that NIB, the National Irrigation Board, was able to start a pilot project, pilot farm in Lotikipi in Nanam. Again, that is within Lotikipi area, where about 5 boreholes have been sunk. The yield is not as good. One of them, I think, yields about 11 cubic meters, another one 6. There is another one that yields 10. And that water is actually being used to plant. Currently, if you go to Nanam Center, there is a farm that is supposed to be 500 acres, which is a trial farm. So that is why I say it is not that nothing has happened. It may not have happened to the scale that we would wish. We would wish that we sunk more boreholes to study this aquifer, so that we do not condemn the whole aquifer as saline and therefore non-productive. Our potential for exploiting Lotikipi aquifer still is ahead of us. And therefore, the more reason why I say, since I have started this journey, I am in a better place to finish that work, given the opportunity by the people of Turkana West. I think you can ask me a second one.
The second question was on empowerment of the people.
Thank you. Dr. A scholar, an education scholar, Mans, I think, said education is the greatest equalizer. There is nothing more important for a pastoral community like ours than education. And that is why I have spent my time, I have spent my energy. I am an educationist by profession. And I think our history comes from far, including yourself. I work tirelessly to educate the people of Turkana and the Kenyan child. That empowerment is the first, the initial, the foundation of every other empowerment that you can give a community. When I talk of empowerment program, Daktari, I talk of making it possible for someone to pursue their life goals on their own motion. That is where education comes in, be it the formal education or the lifelong civic education that we talk about. When we are able to educate our livestock producers to be able to understand how to produce better breeds of these animals that they keep, that is empowerment in its own right. When we are able to change the lives of our livestock producers to become traders in that livestock, value addition, that is empowerment, Daktari. When we are able to mitigate those who fall into the poverty trap by virtue of drought, by virtue of raids, and they are able to come into this town and start hawking and doing small businesses. That is empowerment, Daktari. And these are the kind of programs that I look at as the future of Turkana. Because our livestock, by the way, our livestock numbers are reducing. Many of our people are falling out of the pastoral economy, and they are coming into towns. A very difficult life awaits for them. They must get this empowerment program to be able to manage their lives when they are in this town. In a nutshell, that is the kind of empowerment that I would wish to see happening and continue happening. I have seen our people change their lives. Someone, you start kama mraia wa kawaida, unapata anaanza kuvaa suruali na kuanza kufanya biashara na kuweka duka kidogo. That process of changing life is empowerment in its own right. And it takes the effort of leaders, not only me, the administration, government programs, to be able to change those lives in that manner. That is my passion, by the way, Doctor. Currently, I love seeing someone move from, ask me those other questions. This one, I think I've done it. Ask me the next one.
You
I need
have
time.
not exhausted.
Okay.
The question was...
Just extend.
The question was, do you think you will continue empowering people or perpetuating nepotism? Because it is indicated that CDF and the constituencies are controlled by your family members, and in case any job comes in, the priority is within you.
Daktari, well, I give it to you.
Very well.
It is an opinion.
Yes, we can consider it as
opinions,
a pass.
opinions
Yes.
may not necessarily be factual.
Very well.
And that is one of them that is not factual.
Very well.
I have no family member working in CDF. I do not do CDF contracts. I have no company that engages or does any business with CDF. I do not know this nepotism business. I think, Dr. That question is more of what I hear along the streets of Kakuma.
Very well, very well.
And everywhere. No, just don't cut me short, because I wish that question came from the audience more than you, the moderator, because who has said that I have a family member in CDF? Who has said it? Is it you who is saying? As a moderator, where did you get that information? But be it as it may, I have told you, I have no one single relative working in CDF. None of them, none of the 8 members of CDF is related to me.
Very well, Mwalimu. That question is satisfactorily answered based on opinions. Then there is the issue of the cartels and clans. Do cartels exist in your management and AIC related? It is a yes or a no?
It can't be a yes or no.
Yes.
AIC cannot be a cartel. AIC is a church.
True.
I am a member of the AIC church, and not just a member. I have been a leader in the AIC church. I have been a church elder. I have been a district church council chairman of the AIC church in Lodwar, not even in Turkana West. I do not hold any AIC portfolio in Turkana West. But in Lodwar, you go to AIC Lodwar Mlimani, it is in record. I was the chairman of the DCC, which was the supra organ, decision-making organ within the council in the district. Fair enough. Do cartels exist in my administration? First and foremost, I do not administer. I am a representative of the people of Turkana West. In my representative role, I have tried to serve the people of Turkana West in the fairest manner that I think I have tried doing so. The members of CDF, and these are the questions that keep on coming or cropping around. When you look at the way members of CDF are appointed, I do not appoint them. They are actually taken through an interview. The panel that sits in the interview for the CDF membership is the DCC, the fund account manager, and a government officer, which people I do not control. Decisions are going to be made based on those who have applied. And those are the people that will be constituting the Constituency Development Fund Committee of my constituency for the 2 terms. I've been a member of parliament. And Dr. Moderator, it's only fair that I am ask me specific issues now.
Very well.
Because you are asking something about my family. Ask me those specific questions because for sure I need to clear this.
Thank you, Mwalimu.
By the way, Dr. just give me the benefit of doubt to say this.
I wanted to clear before you respond. The reason why I'm asking that is the issue of integrity. I wanted to give you a platform to clear these issues so that they don't keep on coming up in your barasas. Very well. Very well, Mwalimu. You can proceed. Or you're done.
Oh, yes. Dr. And thank you for having us in this show.
Thank you.
And in this debate.
Welcome, Mwalimu.
I am certain we are in a political land space where rumors and innuendos are the order of the day. My competitors are the ones who are perpetrating these rumors about my leadership. They think that by tying me to these cartels, when you talk of a cartel, what is a cartel? These brokers that they talk about, in fact, I do not want to deal with brokers. I never deal with brokers. People don't come in between me and the people of Turkana West. I engage the people of Turkana West directly. If it comes to issues of tenders for CDF and what have you, that is a government process. The procurement laws apply. Whoever wants to do work with CDF goes through the processes of procurement with the CDF committee, with the fund account manager, and that is a government process. I do not partake of that process. I am not asked. I can only peddle, Daktari, I only peddle influence. I can influence if I am allowed. If I am allowed. But the decision maker is a different person. And so, these rumors of telling me I control CDF, I have given so and so a tender, I have refused to so and so a tender, is a way of pulling my leg. And you know, I take it in my stride.
Thank you, Mwalimu.
By my experience, I take it in my stride.
Finally, Mwalimu, please clarify. You say this is a political season. Before I go to the next candidate, please clarify these issues. There is an issue that you are related to Benjamin. Is it true or false? There is also an issue that this is your exit strategy. You want to be done with your 15 years so that you pass the baton to Benjamin. Please clarify those issues.
That would be a good one, Doctor, if it happened. Yes, it is true. Benjamin is my cousin. The father of Benjamin is my uncle.
Please give Mwalimu time to respond. We will give you time to ask questions.
And
please let him respond to that.
So that is correct. That is true. Benjamin is related to me. I can say a lot of things about Benjamin. You heard him talk of he was born in 1988. In 1988, I started my university education. So I'm older than him. And anyway, I've answered you. He is a relative of mine.
Is it an exit strategy that you are preparing him for the next term?
That can be a good connection and a way to and a way to prepare leadership. If it comes out in that manner, I've nothing to say against that. But I have not deliberately told him to contest against myself so that he can inherit the seat in 2027. That cannot be a strategy, for sure. Because when I see him campaigning, he is actually eating into my votes. And that reduces my electability.
Thank you.
So how can I put someone to reduce my vote, yet I'm looking for those votes? So that is his strategy, maybe, and the people he's colluding with or is working with, and the contest is on, Daktari.
Thank you,
There is
Mwalimu.
nothing we will do about it. 9th will come, and the people of Turkana West will decide who becomes their next member of parliament for
Thank you,
5 years.
Mwalimu. I think
you.
that clarification is well. Benjamin, good evening.
Good evening, Daktari.
I am amazed the candidates from Turkana West are all geniuses. They do not have notebooks. They have teleprompters and they record their issues here. I have some issues that I want you to clarify to the voters of Turkana West. This is a political season. Anything can be said. Mwalimu has responded to the first question. I want you also to respond. That is one. Number two, you are Mwalimu's project to spoil Kakuma votes so that he goes with the seat. How true is that? Number three, there is an allegation that you are young. You don't fit to be in the seat because all that you have is courtesy of Mwalimu, including your wealth. How true is that? Then finally, there is an ECD in Letia that you did and it is incomplete. It is you didn't do it, you are subcontracted by someone close to you. Are you perpetuating corruption and incomplete projects in Turkana West? You can answer those ones first.
Start with
Did
the
you
first
get
question.
the questions?
Good evening, all. Good evening, Daktari. You can start with your first question.
Are you related to Mheshimiwa Daniel Epuyona? No.
Thank you for the question.
Number two.
No, I will answer the first question.
That is a yes or a no?
No, I will answer the first question. A question requiring a yes answer or a no answer would also require an explanation to ascertain your answer. So I do not understand why you allow me say yes and keep quiet. So
Please proceed.
how can I answer the question?
Tell us whether you are related
Thank
with
you.
Epuyo, and if so, why Turkana West? Is it yours for take?
Asante sana. You will allow me answer the question in the possible way I may be understanding it. And being in Turkana West, I know the languages to be used can be English, Kiswahili, and even Turkana for the people who are here. Is that allowed, Daktari?
Much obliged.
Thank you. I will ask question to you and you will be responding as I answer your question. You asked me, are you related to Mwalimu? Being in Turkana and understanding a Turkana culture, bitang yang macharin. Bitang yang do unu ningatunga na uyapi. E yang agrongna iya Turkan. Alogeri alogi yakar Turkan. Araya yang metronite. Era Mwalimu edo chait. Aloto mang macharin ngulu. E perorete Turkana to yana kini seki do unto yapi. Lakini ane ko utana rio tofauti tutiaka kini ngati nguna akronguna. Kwa hivyo, as much as that will be said, I will say etale ankade tofauti, etale mwalimu luke tofauti. Abanyi ankade ludoni odalo nyamere de tofauti, abanyi mwalimu luke tofauti. Apedoria nga utai kwa kondo chait, utari mwalimu ni meturana it. Echamete etalo Turkana it ngakronguna. Lakini kanendai IBC is clear on the characterizing how someone is qualified for a parliamentary position. And being aware of what is in the political domain, I understand that for one to contest as an MP in Kenya, you must be at least 21 years and above. And I am above 21 years. I qualify for this ticket. Second, IBC is silent on whether relatives can contest or not. And being in the same country, Mwalimu is aware that being his relative, if that was to be said, if that was to be justified, cannot bar me from contesting as an MP in Turkana West. I am a Kenyan by citizen, and that also qualifies me to be a candidate for this seat in Turkana West. I am a Kenyan. I also say to warrant me with this ticket, nothing needs or is needed about relationships. What is needed is brain and the agenda for the Turkana West on the table. And because I have the agenda of Turkana West on the table, I see myself as the fit candidate for Turkana West MP 2022, come August 9th this year, as I have said, 2022. So that question of relationships, I do not know if in any way is related to my candidature. But because those who have feared me as one of the people contesting have used it thinking it will guarantee additional votes, pole sana. It may not. It may not. And I have also asked those who have been peddling that you continue because it might be hiding something. Keep on. But unfortunately, starting this year around April, it has disappeared. Maybe you came with it from where you came from. You will continue a little bit with it, but it will disappear. Thank you with that question.
The next question is on the issue of education. You said you'll improve access to education, but there is a project in Letea ECD that is incomplete. Isn't that a way of perpetuating corruption and sinking education in Turkana West?
Thank you. I've only understood that the moderator is operating on rumors and questions which are on the air are not written. I have never had any project in Letea. Never at all cost. And if there is a proof on that, please do.
Very well.
I will appreciate.
Then the other issue is, I started by saying this is a political season. Anything can be said, whether true or false, and you are given a platform to clear the air. The other question is, your wealth is tagged on Mwalimu. How true is that?
Not true at all. At all, at all.
Very
I
well.
came
Yes?
2007 is when I did my first KCSE. I didn't qualify to go to the university because I had a C+. I went to redo the exam in Kakuma Boys Secondary, St. Leos, where I got a grade which qualified me to go to the University of Nairobi. By then, during the entry, I also got a scholarship to China to study medicine through my brother, Dr. Yakal. which I denied because I had married by that time, 2009. I decided to save the family. And by then, I started doing business. Those who know me well, including Mwalimu, and those who are seated here, know how I started the journey to get wealth. I was the best charcoal seller in Kakuma, serving many organizations known by individuals seated here, constituents that we look forward to attending to through the membership of the parliament we are asking for. I sold Mitumba for some time. I sold exam 2013. I was teaching as a voluntary teacher, Pogoton, for 6 years, voluntarily. The money I got from there, I used it to sponsor some students who did not have money to pay for KCPE. Some of those students are seated here. We can name them. And through those ways, I started developing myself. And by 2014, I applied for some work. By 2014, Window Trust Kenya served me with a tender, 13 million. It came in 3. By that time, Mwalimu was just joining, and he was blank. He would have not known how I applied for the tender, how I got the tender. And having been in the business world, and having understood how the business will help someone, I had not even graduated from the University of Nairobi by then. That is the first time I touched my 10 and above million. Not any of my relatives, starting from brother, mother, father, if he was there, or even him, as he has said here, touched or gave a shilling to serve the project. I served it myself through friends in Nairobi, those who are not even Turkana, and that's why I say, as a Kenyan, I love Kenyan citizens in totality, and not even the Turkana alone. That guaranteed me a loan which served that tender fully, and I got my first 10 million. And from that is where I started doing more businesses. I took 2 lorries for the loan, with a loan, KCB Bank, KCD 125H, and KCF 625.
Thank you.
By then, yes.
Thank you. You've made clarifications.
Please allow me finish because.
You've made clarifications on those issues.
Please allow me finish. You had given my.
Yes, I gave.
Partner 10
I have
minutes.
given each of you a maximum of 10.
Thank
You've
you.
exceeded your 10 by 1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unless you want us to stay up to morning, I am comfortable. I can be up to morning. Very well. Paul, I captured 4 issues from your side: education, water, livestock, and food security. Question 1 on education. You talked about a research institute. Do you think it is achievable? And if so, what do you plan to do about it?
Thank you.
Question 2 on environment. You were an environment officer at Locado. Madenge has taken toll of Turkana West, such that the achievement of food security is a pipe dream, because much of the farmland has been reduced in terms of acreage. Do you think that is realistic? Question number 3. On your integrity while at Locado about the lights. Please shed light on that.
Thank you so much. Naona watu wanacheka.
Order.
Asante. Those are good issues. The first one you have said about Research Institute. A research institute has to provide the solutions and the gaps that we have in Turkana Waste. A research institute has to be given a priority if we really need to solve the problem also of Prosopis gilflora and Prosopis chilis. Is it achievable? Yes. A research institute does not need us to build a whole town. It only needs us to do the required. Section the land, build for a few buildings that are going to have something to be done inside. How will all that be done? Here in Turkana Waste, we have the organizations, both implementing and operational partners, who receive up to more than 5.3 billion annually. That rates Kakuma in 2019 to be the 7th city in Kenya. During country operational plan, which is always done every year by all partners who are working here, there is no single leader I have ever seen while I was managing energy and environment to give out the views of the people of Turkana Waste, where to be done, what to be done, and how. We can have what we call M&Es. We can have people who can fundraise through different outside world. Of course, giving the objective of why. I believe the county government has to be consulted and has to give a hand inside. It's all about coordination and good synergies. The organizations that are here who are working on livelihood, like Food Agriculture Organization, like GIZ, like WFP, there has to be given the opportunity and to be explored together, because the Research Institute does not only help the people of Turkana, it will help many people around Turkana County. And that can be achieved and that can be implemented in my regime if given this chance. You have talked about irrigation or food security, about Prosopis gilflora. I've done a research in Prosopis gilflora, and let me remind the audience that I was Mr. Energy and Environment in Turkana County before I got into Lokado. By merit, I wrote a report which most of the officers in the county government are using about Prosopis gilflora, Mathenge. That Prosopis gilflora is not a tree that we can say we can eliminate, but can be managed through all benefits or advantages that is giving, as we overlook the disadvantages. We have talked about removing Prosopis gilflora because it goes up to 173 feet down ground to reduce its water usage on aquifer. It means what? When I talk about two forms of farming, I've talked about subsistence farming. Yani atua analima shamba yake ndi apate mapato ya kila siku. Ama mapato ya hiyo
3 minutes.
So, we have places where people have been farming. In Kakuma, we have places like Loyal, we have Pakuangat, we have Akwasuguru, we have Pokotom, we have Lotaka. As you go on to other centers, those places should be cleared. And should be cleared not by hands. One, we know post office seeds can go even up to 10 years on the ground waiting for moisture to saturate and then comes up again. Two, we understand prosopis that need to be suppressed by other biological trees like Acacia revision, Eregai, Acacia nubica, Ipeto. Why? By eliminating prosopis juliflora, we plant the natural or what we call indigenous or native plants will make us suppress the seeds and also its upgrading during the soil saturation. So what I mean here is mahali ambaye watu watakuwa wanaweka farms zao ya kujisaidia, hapo tutatoa using the tract na balango ni Turkana na Canton. Iriana rai ke yango da prosopis amamadenge angitira iriana ra topododini kalaptan, so that our mothers can have humble time to plant their lands. Oterenyo, those places have what we call ngimotoroi, and ngimotoroi collects water, but because elebunu kola tirai, it cannot be planted. That one can be used a mechanized system. Lastly, we have places like Nawontos, Oropoi, places like Natira, Lomunyana Kiriono, places like Nasinyano. We can do what we call
1 minute.
Government farmlands. And I explained earlier, what is government farmlands? We can use what we call a mechanized system and modern system of farming. Telemuna nga trokta kiriara big acres of lands. As we create what we call micro dams, ketamata through drip irrigations.
Your time is up.
Kindly give me more time.
Your time is up.
Just
I
give
am
me
adding you a minute.
Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
1 minute.
I believe those places ketatai plantations. Plantation nguna, it will be one to curb food security. Roaring rolu adrot elemio nakina Turkana. Number 2, we can use it area takere pocholoyo epak ngata lo nyarta nasinyono lo nyarta oropoi. Then we can export across the two borders of Uganda and South Sudan. We can create jobs for young people. We can create food.
Thank
We
you.
can have more food.
Thank you, Honorable
Ya mwisho,
Paul. Thank
ya mwisho,
you.
ya delight. Ya delight. Ya delight. Wacha nikilia hiyo, si ndugu yangu tu.
Very
Naomba
well.
tu. Naomba tu. Naomba tu. Delight. In 2017, I wrote a proposal of what we call solar lanterns. They are not even called delight. They are called solar lanterns. And what we call street light. Zililetwa karibu 700 street light. 50,000 D-light. Those D-lights, it was to be distributed to the host community 30%, refugee camp 70%. Priority number 1, schools. Priority number 2, anybody who has planted a tree because an environmentalist. I did that openly. I distributed 70% to the host community, Turkana. I interchanged the graph. I interchanged it.
You have a minute.
Ya mwisho, when it comes to street lights,
Order,
when
please. Order.
Order.
When it comes to street lights, out of 700, I gave Turkana West, especially Kakuma, because it was not supposed to move out of a radius of 10 kilometers. Nilieka 365 ingine niliiba usiku nikapeleka kwa street ya Kalobeyei. Kwa sababu gani? UNHCR never allowed to go beyond Kakuma. I did that. Tochauna cha kopoyoka nikalapatandae. Kupeteda. Yes, it was not, and if it was not because people were stealing, I gave 6 in the church. Kama ingekuwa vijana ambao walikuwa naiba sola, Kakuma yetu ingekuwa inawaka saa hizi vizuri.
Thank
ya
you.
mwisho, kuna hiyo maneno.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up.
Asante.
I gave you
Thank
2
you.
minutes. Since you are the last person to speak, before I go to the plenary so that you can get your questions, you have the only opportunity to ask any question to the 2 candidates. Choose any who you want to ask a question and you will have time to respond. Any of the 2.
Thank you.
As many questions as you can ask.
Thank you so much. So I choose one.
Any, or you choose 2, depending on the questions you have.
Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, I may not have many questions, but I will just ask one question to Honorable Hepuyo.
I hope
Order, please.
I hope you are taking the questions. Mheshimiwa, yes, proceed.
We were on 12th of July 2018 at Jacaranda Hotel. When I went to defend the water sector trust fund proposal, which we called Danida, you know, I never talked because I respect you at that meeting, because you are my leader. The Danida funds was 600 million, according to the proposal I wrote. 100 million was to go to environment. 500 million was to do water. Water piping, storage, drilling, and all that in Kakuma. In Kakuma. Because the Musungu was saying, he knows Kakuma is going to be a municipality, and it is your central place. What happened up to today? That water has not reached the people. That's number 1. Number 2, what happened that this water or the piping system was never done in the selected village that were in the proposal? I know he can just answer a little bit, but musichukue pia kwa baya. The oversight role. I need him to tell me, because I am in darkness since I resigned from Lokado. I am in darkness. Mimi naishi na Urenregai, na mimi nanunua maji na majerika kupeleka nikunywe. Hiko piping imekuja mpaka sijuu upande ya juu. What happened? Asante.
Very well. Benjamin, you have some minutes to ask question to either the 2 of your fellow candidates or one of them. Please proceed.
Thank you, Daktari.
Order. You'll have your time to do the same. Relax. Microphone ikitoka huku inakuja hapa. Si leo tuko Kakuma. Kuna mtu wako na haraka? Kama sisi Walodo hatuna haraka, nyinyi mko na haraka. This is the only opportunity to interact with your candidates, to cross-examine, air your issues. If you have reservations, share here. So tulia kwanza na hiyo kelele kidogo, tusikize. Uko na swali kaka?
Sitakosa.
Endelea.
Asanteni sana. Asante daktari. Swali langu la kwanza ni kwa ndugu wangu ambaye anawania kiti cha mbunge Turkana Magharibi, ndugu hake Paul Esekon, mheshimiwa ambaye anatasamia kiti hicho. Kwa muda mrefu wa miaka 24 KANU ilitawala nchi ya Kenya. Mwaka wa 1997 KANU Turkana iling'atuliwa na Simba Ford Kenya. Wakati huu wa mwaka wa kampeni hii ya mwaka wa 2022, ndugu Paul Esekon anataka kutukumbusha masaibu ya KANU. Je, unajua KANU sisi tulikataa? Swali la kwanza kwako. Ya pili, kwa ndugu wangu huyu. Najua tunajiita wa ndugu kama wa Kenya.
Order.
Kwa hivyo
order.
Na wakati ambapo yeye ni mbunge, nafikiri ni mbunge wa Turkana Magharibi, mimi nikiwa ndani, wakati ambapo atanipa tikiti hicho, itakapofika tarehe 9, mimi nitakuwa mbunge na yeye bado atakuwa chini yangu, na hiyo inakubalika kwa katiba. Hiyo inakubalika kwa katiba. Kwa hivyo nikimuita hivyo si kejeli.
Order.
Kapetadi, yeye umesema kuna bwawa la maji ilishimbwa kisima. Mwaka wa 2021 nilitembea kule. Toposa ambao wako kwa boda tu, wakati wote wanafahamia watu wetu, na wakati mahali wao wanapatwa ni kungangania itubani chingini nyeduko kente ngari ni abre chingina. Na hapo mbele kuna water pan ilikuwa imefunguliwa kubwa sana. Ni nini kinafanya maji isifike kwa water pan ambayo ni kubwa, ili hali pesa ni mingi, ambayo kama yeye kweli anatasamia kusaidia watu wetu wa Turkana, watu wangepata maji kwa bwawa hilo kwa njia rahisi, kuweka tu pipe ya 6 inch, na hiyo maji napampiwa usiku na generator, mchana na solar, na wanyama wanapata hapo, wanakunywa, na hata wakati wanarediwa wataweza kunywa wakikimbia, kuliko kupatwa tu wakisimama hapo. Asante sana.
Thank you Benjamin. Now let's go to Mwalimu Epuyo. Please ask your questions, Mheshimiwa, to either
nimeulizwa maswali.
Before we go to that, I'll give you time to respond to the questions. I'll give each one of you time to respond. But before you respond, ask your questions, then you start with the response. Do you have questions for the two candidates or one of them? So that after you're done with your questions, you will respond as we come this way. Thank you.
Daktari.
Thank you.
Daktari.
Please let Mwalimu ask the questions. We will give you your time.
Daktari, mimi nilikuja hapa kupata nafasi ya kuuza sera yangu kwa wananchi wa Turkana Magharibi.
Na Mwalimu,
ili wanipigie kura. Haya maswali ambayo ningeuliza hawa wenzangu, nataraji yatatoka kwa wananchi.
Very well.
Kwa hivyo
now,
mimi sitawauliza maswali.
Proceed with answering the issues raised.
Swali ambalo liliulizwa na mgombea kiti ya ubunge ya Turkana Magharibi Bwana Ake, akiongea mambo ya tarehe 12 mwezi ya 7 sijui mwaka gani. Asante kwa kuwa na kumbukumbu mzuri. Kweli tulikuwa kwa hiyo kikao. Mimi nilialikwa kama mbunge ya Turkana Magharibi nilialikwa kama mshikadau mkuu ya sub county ama constituency hii kwa mambo ya maendeleo na mambo ya maji na mambo ya kutetea watu wetu. Unaponiuliza kama ni nini ilifanyika, kile kilifanyika cha kwanza, wewe ulitoka Lokado. Sasa ungepata majibu na mambo kuhusu project ambayo ilikuwa domicile Lokado wapi? Ya pili, mimi sifanyi kazi na Lokado, kwa hivyo ningepata nafasi ya kukujulisha mambo ya maji ambayo yalijadiliwa siku hiyo wapi. Kwa hivyo tungepata habari tu kwa public. Hata mimi nilipata kwa public yale ambayo yalijiri hadi ikafika kwamba project ilikuja ikazambaa constituency nzima. Pale nitasema ni kulingana na utetezi wangu kama mbunge, nikijua kwamba haja ya maji haipatikani tu ama haiko tu Kakuma. Ya pili, wewe hauko sawa kusema kwamba project ilikuwa ni ya Kakuma, maana tulipokutana Jakaranda tayari wale ambao ni wafadhili, the Danish Embassy, ilikuwa imealika county government ku take part kwa hiyo mkutano, kwa sababu wao kama serikali ya county ndio wana jukumu ya kupeana maji kwa jamii. That is the principal function. It's a principal function, sio kwa national government. Na kwa hivyo county government ilikuwa invited, na yale ambayo yalijiri pale yalihusisha washikadau hao, serikali ya county, wafadhili ambao ni Danida, Water Service Trust Fund, UNHCR na zile makampuni ambazo zilipewa kazi. Unaponiuliza kama na Urendagai kwa nini hajapata maji, hayo ni ile maswali ya kuchimba chimba tu mimi ili nionekane kama sijafanya kitu, lakini you are not, hauko sawa kuniuliza hayo maswali. Wale walipewa kandarasi ya kuchimba na kutengeneza maji ni Oxfam. Sasa mimi na wewe wacha tungesaidiana, nikusaidie kukufunza kwamba kama unawania hii kiti ya ubunge, wacha tuanze na oversight role. Wewe participate, mimi ni participate kama mbunge, wewe uparticipate kama mwananchi, tusukume Oxfam wamalize kazi yao na wewe utapata maji. Nafikiri hiyo inakujibu, na usiulize maswali wakati mwingine namna hiyo. Unaweza jipata umeingia kwa shimo. Na unajua unawania kiti moja na mimi. Na hii miaka 10 haijaenda bure. Nimekuwa na ujuzi kiasi. Pia ndugu yangu hapa alisema, unajua moderator, sijui kama umegundua kitu inaendelea na hao wenzangu. They are really struggling to measure up to me. Kwa hii maneno, hata ukiona maswali wanauliza, umesema unaweza uliza audience ama unaweza uliza sisi hapa. Maswali yao yanalenga mimi. What does that mean? Echakene wa ekalalelo yankalalio. Sasa chakachakatu bocha ndwalo yenta tamarine yankalalio edinige. And I want to, the question that Benjamin asked me about Kapetadie. You know, I think, Benjamin, that is just overexcitement on your part. You went visiting Kapetadie just the other day. I have been to Kapetadie more than 4 times. The latest one being in March of this year. And the borehole at Kapetadie was done by SEPSA. Okay? Handed over to the county government in order to help our pastoral community access water. And that is where the county government has put a very big generator that pumps water for our livestock, for our animals. The trough you are talking about, that water trough that you have quoted, by the way, there is never a time, never have the toposas come drinking water in that water trough. It has never happened. It has not. The toposas have come to the point of the water pan, the Kapetadie water pan, which was constructed in the financial year 2013-2014 by CDF. The day you elected me, because of the water problem that was felt at Mogila Hills, that is when that water pan was constructed. And you are talking of water moving from the borehole to the water pan. That would be a novel idea, if it is possible to pump the water to the water pan, but that was not the intention. The water pan came before the borehole. And it's about 2-3 kilometers to the water pan, and it is an independent water reservoir point. Therefore, why is the water not there? Of course, it is all about rains and the collection point. It is also about the workmanship of that water pan. It's not about us pumping water from the borehole to the water pan. The borehole has a water trough, and it serves our pastoral community there. By the way, it is the only dependable, reliable source of water. The challenge has been the diesel that runs the generator there. It requires, that generator is so big, it requires a lot of fuel every time, over 1,000 liters of diesel to pump it. And so we've tried, the county government has tried on their part. It has been our idea that we provide water to our pastoralists, and there is a settled community at Kapetadie courtesy of that water pan and the borehole. So it is not as you see it. It is not a contested land. That is Kenyan land, that is a Turkana grazing land, and there is no contest about that.
Thank you, Mwalimu. There was no question directed to Benja. I think you have a question directed to you.
Yes, Daktari.
This is your time. Please respond.
Unajua kitubuji ya Benja. Although you can ask one person a question and not two. So tabuchere jamalu tuko.
Maybe you did not get me clear.
Maybe kisungu ilinipita hapo.
Hata mimi kisungu sijui.
Honorable Benja ameuliza swali mzuri. Wewe unajua KANU imekataliwa, my friend. Unajua saa hizi kulingana na Azimio na Kenya Kwanza, tunasema Taramekuralwae ni toan. Maybe I can elect my governor Pengine Kusilo Ray, who has been my friend for over 15 years. Who knows? Mbona? Sasa wakati yenye unasema wakati yenye unasema eti kwa nini ulienda ukachukua KANU, it's because you must have a party. Ayuko loche dana bala independence arecha mekipe. Ni tap. Ni taverbe independence. Be yoka kujibona lone. Alo pe. Koni kama ya kujila walo chama raya kipelo walo chekalo. I'm sorry for that if I have used bad language, but wacha kwanza wacheke kidogo. Now, ebi yutarame kurani tani. And we are not electing the party, we are electing the idea. We are electing the person. KANU si Mturkana. Oreje ita nanyarta KANU. Maybe ni nickname, lakini ara itiani. Areko really, rangolani. So I took KANU as a vehicle for me to reach where I was going. And I warned him. I was in Jubilee bana. Nikaambia hii jamaa asante kwa kukuja Jubilee. Mimi nimejitoa. Imegito miadage nini. Akadhani ni jokes. Akapelekwa huko. Akamaliza maneno. So my
order tafadhali.
My brother, I might decide to elect your MCA. I might decide to go for UDA governor or Jubilee governor, because we cannot rule about a party. We only rule about individual because it's the character of the person, not the character of the party. Sindio?
Order.
Then,
hope you are finishing
ya
up.
mwisho ndiye nitaambia ndugu yangu, wacha tufanye hii maneno. Wacha na maneno ya party. We are still young and we are going on. Sisi yenye tunang'ang'ana ni hiyo kiti yenye our honorable anasema kitola la ngalalio ngide chakachaka odang. So ini uti kitongi ndika to jurutadi ngalalio. So kenye mimi naomba is that let's do campaign. Let's select leaders. Tukubali mtu vile yako Kama mimi a son of nobody, tafuta party yake kura bana. Pole sakon MP. Asante.
Thank you. Now we will
we are seeing Honorable Epu wants to respond on something. We are giving you a minute.
What do you want to respond
Point of
on?
order. If you allow the thinking of Mheshimiwa Ake to hold water, then you are rubbishing party democracy. It has no value. Taramantuan, and he belongs to a party. The party constitution, I am sure, will not allow that. He is propagating an idea that is alien to his party. Daktari, would you allow that to be?
Mheshimiwa, each of you signed a code of conduct. Did you? A code of conduct.
I did.
Yes.
He did.
He did the same.
He also did.
So he is aware that there is something called, is it?
At least you can correct him on the floor. Otherwise, you are allowing a wrong premise. Actually, what Ake is doing is completely rubbishing party issues.
That is why I said each one of you signed a code of conduct. Those are the codes that should guide you.
Yes.
Everywhere.
Yes. Daktari, I think I never said I signed the UDA code of conduct. I don't know why my honorable is coming to Kano, because I understand. The only thing I was answering my fellow honorable, but I understand that I respect my party because that is my vehicle to the parliament. And I believe that party is one of the strongest party in Kenya. It has ruled Kenya for 24 years. So, bibi sijui kwa nini naomba mheshimiwa.
Very well, Paul. We should all be guided by the code of conduct of our parties.
Yes.
We have Daktari, online questions.
Yes. There is an online question raised by
It should be anonymous,
yeah. He or she says there is a perennial water shortage in Kakuma. Why the refugee community, which we are hosting, have more water than the host community? Why do Kakuma residents still get water 2 to 3 days per week only? They are supposed to have water daily. Do we have to rely on UN and its agencies for us to get water? We've had a county government since 2013. With the money directed for expansion of water resources through the water ministry, and we have CDF projects geared towards providing water, not just in Kakuma, but also in all other wards in Turkana West. Why do we still have water shortages? What plans do the aspirants have to solve this issue? This one goes to each and every candidate here to tell us on those questions raised by one of the Turkana West voter. That, why do host community have less water and the refugees that we are hosting are having more water than us? County government and the Ministry of Water, some of the CDF projects are geared toward water projects, And why are the residents of Kakuma getting water 2 to 3 days per week, yet they can have water daily? Thank you so much.
And what plans do you have for the issues of water and the relationship between the host community and the
refugee.
residents of Kakuma?
Thank you.
When you have your time to respond to those questions, you will respond adequately. Now we are crossing to the plenary. You have your time to ask questions now. This side.
And we are expecting you are asking a question that is straightforward. We're giving you a minute. You ask one question within a minute.
Please focus on the functions of the MP. Functions that are devolved to the county government. Functions devolved to the county government should wait for the governor's debate. Uliza swali yenye inahusiana na MPs. Nimeona mkono mahali. 1, njoo mbele. 2, that side. Kuja, nimeona mkono kwa mwisho. 2, kuja mbele. 3, 4, 5. I'm only seeing men. I'm not seeing women. Mkono nimeona huku, njoo mbele. I want 5 from this side first. Nitakuja huko, tulieni.
As we are bringing your Dr. Dogiron, as we are bringing the questionnaires, the people who are going to ask questions, we would like to take this opportunity to wish Honorable Epuyo a happiest birthday. It's his birthday today.
It is streaming online. The online viewers are telling us to wish him happy birthday.
Yes.
Who has a cake so that we can wish him happy birthday? Nani mkono gani ingine hapa? 1, 2, 3.
We need gender too.
1, 2, 3, 4. Tulia kwa 4. Kuja madam. Kuja, the two of you. Tulieni kwanza. We still have time. Tutakuja the next round. Kujeni wawili hapa. Hapa. Tulia. We will
Order, please. Order, please.
Order. We will take the first 5 questions. Watasimama wapi? Tuendelee. 1 minute.
Angalia kamera tafadhali.
Uliza swali yako, a specific question or a general question.
1 minute per question.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Please proceed. I hope waheshimiwas are recording the questions.
Good evening, everyone.
You can use your phone to capture the questions.
Proceed.
We put off our phones, but we thought you people would provide us with the writing materials.
We wish we had a sponsor for that, Honorable Benja.
We are very broke.
We are very, very broke.
We are issuing free services. We feel sufficiently philanthropic so that the constituents of Turkana West can have time to engage you.
Bwana Daktari, we also have to big up the Turkana West professionals, the ACDO people. They're the ones who made sure this debate happens. So
this event is courtesy of Turkana West professionals.
Thank you so much.
Please proceed. Tell us your name, your word, and your question.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, we are very grateful to Chocha TV. My name is...
huyu jamaa huko? Unamsikia?
Sawa, tunyamaze. My name is Erukudi Geoffrey, a voter at LMCS Logichogio Ward. So I'm very happy to be here, and I also want to join you in wishing Mheshimiwa Daniel Epuyo Nanok a happy birthday. Mwenyezi Mungu akubariki. Sawa. I also want to
ask your question.
Sawa. This is my question. I just have one question, and this is it. What are your 2 priority issues you have for the people of Turkana West? Just the 3 of you. 2 priority issues for the people of Turkana West. Asanteni kwa kunisikiza.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This is Jacob Egdor. I'm a teacher. I have one question and I'm very concerned about this. The insecurity along our borders, the international borders. It's long history. We never had peace. We cannot trade with our neighbors. If you're elected, what are you going to do to install and to bring peace along our borders? Because our pastoralists are still seeking how they can stay coexistence with their neighbors along the Uganda, the South Sudan, so that we can also have a breath, so that our people can have movement. If you go to Maloba, people tread. What is wrong as opening our Kodros? Please, the 3 upcoming MPs, what are you going to do for us? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We need Karibu.
Yeah, asante sana. My name is Ekaran Victor Sam. I am a resident of Kakuma. I would like to ask 2 questions. Actually, one of my questions has been asked partially, but I will top up. My first question is to Mheshimiwa Puyo, who has happened to be our MP for the last 10 years. Given one of your agenda, 2022 agenda, that is empowerment, that you delved into it in around 2 minutes when you were given time. You have taken most of these young men in front of you whose parents have elected you 2 times. I think they are likely to elect you 3rd time or may vote you out. I would like to know what are apart from giving them education, Kakuma and Turkana West in particular is a job market hub. Given the presence of over 50 NGOs, what are you doing to provide job opportunity to these young men? That's my first question. My second question has been asked by my predecessor, Mwalimu Jacob Usia, that you never talked about security issues in 5 of your agenda. I don't know why. Probably because you are a teacher and you have most of your property in Lodwa, maybe Kaloko and Kakuma. You do not have a
Please, let's not go personal.
Let's go to the question.
Let's go to
What
the
is your question,
please. Please. Let's go. If you ask issue of security, let it be security. Let's not go personal.
What is your question, Victor Sam?
Okay, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you so much, Victor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edu.
Order, tafadhalini.
Order.
Karibu, my dear.
Thank you so much. A teacher by profession, Simpros Lokito Locho. Dear Honorable MPs being presented in front of us, I would like to know, why do we have still teenage or school dropout girls education when our sitting MP is based on education sector that he has improved? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our honorable MPs.
Order, please. Let's be quiet, tafadhalini. Order, please. Tafadhalini, let's be... Order. Go on, bro.
I'm Edward Korobe, Kaado, a resident. I've once been a resident of Lokchoyo, but currently a resident of Kakuma, a voter at Multipurpose Youth Hall. My 2 questions goes to the 2 minus Benja. I think the first might go to Paul Esakon Ake, has been my friend. You've once worked with the Locado as an environmental officer. Since then, I think I remember when you left Locado, that was in 2019, if I'm not wrong. And my question is, since you left Locado, you've talked of issues of water as your agenda. Maybe let me ask over that.
Please ask your question, bro, please.
Yeah. Let me
Straight
ask-
to the question. We are
Okay.
giving you a minute. Don't repeat yourself.
Okay,
Straight to
okay.
the question.
Okay. So since then, you've not yet worked anywhere, but you've came to aspire as an MP of Turkana West. So I think you'll have to give us the clear ways on how you'll handle that as an environmental officer. I think that is one. The other one is for our sitting MP, Honorable APO, one as a compliment, one as a reinforcer, and maybe might be a challenge.
Bro, please give your question.
What is...
Yeah, I'm ready.
Please.
Just relax.
We can't give you 5 minutes.
Okay, okay.
Ask
Okay.
a question.
Okay.
Prepare your question. Direct it to the honorable.
Okay, okay.
Then chill.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
What is your question?
My question is, Turkana Central has been the leading sub-county on the issues of development, and Turkana West was the second, but currently Turkana West leads. But you've been working on education. My question is...
Please, bro, give the mic to the next person, please. Tafadhali. Hold on, bro. When you are being given a chance to come and ask question, tafadhali, prepare your question within 1 minute, direct it to any honorable, sit down, wait for the reply. Tusitape. Karibu baba. Welcome. Your name na where you are voting from.
Kwa majina naitwa Emuria Francisco Zaveri Ereng. My question is, I'm from Electoral, from Kameyan Village, Lortit sublocation, Letia location. So I'm directing my question to the sitting MP because I have no question to ask the two aspirant. Hatujawajiri kazi. Na kwa vile mwalimu alisema mti wenye matunda lazima ulinge mawe. So lazima tufanye. So I thank mwalimu, first of all, I thank mwalimu for the security. My question is on security.
Yes.
What is your question? Yes. What is your question?
My question is, ni nini mwalimu kwa mipangilio yake ameweka kama mikakati ya kutuombea sisi nyasi kutoka bordering countries kama Uganda and Sudan?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
the
much.
microphone. Thank you so much.
Candidates, can we go to the other set of questions?
Order.
Mujibu ama tuendelee?
No, wacha wajibu this first 5 questions. We are giving you a platform where you answer the first 5 questions. Then we go for the second set of questions. Then give the honorables time to answer. Remember, there was a question asked online. Should they respond to that first as they
We
come?
start with the online question, then we proceed.
Thank you so much. We start with
the
Honorable
Paul.
Paul. The online question, I'm giving you a minute to respond to the online question about the water and the host community. Same thing to Honorable Benja, same thing to Honorable Epuyo. Then come back to the questions that have been directed to you. On that order, we'll start with Epuyo when we come to the question that has been asked by the public. Thank you.
Asante. The online question was about the water inadequacy in Kakuma. Sindio?
Yes.
The refugee camp, if you go to Nalemsekon, have mega solarized system of aquifers, borehole, drilling of water. Unapata kwamba unaenda huko unapata size ya hii compound ya father ni masola peke yake, and they are pumping water 24/7. That is why they have sufficient water, and that is done by NGOs using little resources, doing maximum. Why host community? Is because we never had a plan. It's not under the mandate of the MP, but it's in the mandate of an MCA. But I can say Kakuma lacks two things. One thing that Kakuma lacks is a recharge system, because our boreholes are few, but does not have adequate water to provide throughout. Kwa sababu gani? Population is growing throughout, but the resources is what? Constant. That is why it is there. Second, we lack storage system. That water can be pumped in a jar tank, inafungwa huko, because you don't have an alternative storage system to give out the water. Asante.
Thank you so much. Honorable Benja, on the same question here online, that people are saying a shortage of water in Kakuma, especially 2 to 3 days getting water, and why the refugees having more water than the host community, yet we are hosting them.
Thank you, Sultan. To answer the question on the water challenges in the host community as compared to the refugees whom we are hosting in the sub-county, we have had that challenge. One, I can say, is because of the leadership ahead of us, which has been working hand in hand with the UNHCR. The UN policy stipulates that having hosted the refugees, we should not suffer. We should also use that as a point where to benefit our people who are hosting the refugees. And by doing that, if given an opportunity as an MP, I will partner with the county, regardless of whether I am in the same party with them or we were rivals in during the electioneering period, to make sure we lobby and partner with the UN agencies around here to serve our community with water. Second, I will also use the opportunity of the MP in that position, if given by 9th August, to partner and relate well with the agencies here, because they are always friendly and they have used their time always to ask us if we suffer. Sometimes even if we give our proposal to them, they have been serving us. And the problem, I will drop it to the people or the leadership, the sitting leadership. Maybe that's why we have been suffering as the people of Kakuma. If they had taken that opportunity to partner with the people who are willing, the agencies who are willing to serve us, we would have already gotten water. And that one, again, the Danida people use that opportunity in partnership with the county to serve our people water, though they have not exhausted the service to our people. But I am willing that it is possible for us to achieve to serve our people with water, given an opportunity on 9th.
Thank you so much, Honorable Benja. Honorable Epuyo.
Sorry to ask.
Yes.
Maybe when we were just starting,
yes,
we were given rules in the house.
Yes.
That when somebody is responding, we should be quiet. Now I am seeing we are shouting, and that is already disrespect.
Thank you so much.
And for me, disrespectfulness haitatusaidia sana.
Kweli, asante.
Nafikiri you have your ID na itaweza kukusaidia kwa namna yenye wewe unaona. So please, shouting on me or anybody else may not be the right way.
Very true. Let's respect our leaders. When he has a point, you stamp your foot. Tafadhalini tunaomba, we are here to listen to our leaders, not to mock them or to shout at them. Karibu sana Honorable Epuyong.
Thank you, Dahil. It is true that we have a challenge with the water situation on the host community side. The issues are two. One is the available water resource for the host community. It is less than what is available for the refugee community. They have more boreholes dug for them. They have better yielding boreholes than the ones we have for ourselves. We have very few. I think if I count before the intervention by Danida, there were only 3 main boreholes that were serving the host community in Kakuma. That is one part. So we need to improve. We need to expand the water, the boreholes, then the amount of water that can be given to the host community, and that would be solved through drilling more boreholes. And let me say, water provision, water reticulation is a function of the county government. And so that question really may not be resolved from here. But however, we have a duty to represent our people to the county government, to tell the county government they need to bridge this gap. The national government can step in, but if they are asked to do so. The second issue is on management. And residents of Kakuma, it is not lost to you that what was happening before 2018, 2019 was what was hampering the water provisions in this town. About water management. A few people are served with water every day. The rest of us who are even connected do not get water because of the management challenges. That is what caused Kawa Sepro to be snatched the role of being the water provider in this town and handed over to the county government through what is called now Kawatose, which is the new water provision, water provider. But I think the county government has even done a better job. They have legislated, they have now decided to have 2 companies, one handling urban water and the other one handling rural water. Kakuma will fall under the urban water, and I'm sure there should be a plan. Kakuma has a water plan, courtesy of GIZ, which has costed what it requires to have water to our people. I once engaged the water minister when they were having a public participation meeting here in Kakuma and told them, if it is the resources that we are lacking, why don't we charge? Why doesn't the county government take over the water provision function effectively to both the refugees and the host community and charge for providing that service so that they have enough resources to provide water to the host community? That idea, I think, has not been explored. But the partners that my colleagues are talking about, it is as if nothing is happening. We're already partnering. And we have been assisted by partners. Water Service Trust Fund is a government institution partnering with the county government, partnering with Oxfam to improve the water provision in Kakuma. There are others who are partnering in Lokichogyo, in Songot Ward. So there is already something going on in terms of water provision. That question is valid, but we can do better.
Thank
and
you
I'm
so
sure
much.
through talking, through negotiation, we will provide the water.
Thank you so much. Honorable Puyo, we are now responding to the question asked by the public. The ones that were directed to you, you will go ahead, answer them as we come towards Honorable Paul. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff asked us a general question, which are the 2 priority issues for me in Turkana West. I still believe education is still a priority, particularly so education at the tertiary level, and particularly pursuing courses that are, what can I say, those zile ambazo zinaonekana mzuri, the doctors, the lawyers, the architects, and people who can actually pursue this education in colleges which can give them better openings, better opportunities going forward. So we're pursuing scholarships, not only here. In fact, I'm saying, given this coming opportunity, we will pursue the possibility of having our learners, particularly those going to university, pursue their studies abroad. Why not go to Massachusetts University? Why not go to the UK? Yeah? And pursue those lucrative university courses, and even get employed, internationally, and send us dollars and send us sterling pounds when you get those jobs. So that is still a priority for me. I am passionate about this empowerment issue, Dahil, and I think in terms of empowerment, there is a field that is still very virgin in this constituency, development of sports. We have very good, talented sportsmen, sportswomen. The challenge is tapping those talents. It is so muddled. You can't know who is doing what in the sports field in this county, in this sub-county. If it can be put in such a way that we can develop teams and players who can actually pursue their playing outside this county, I think we will be creating a big market for our young people, without forgetting that the issue of water is still a major one. And I think I have plans. I do not want to leak them here now because I'm not yet there. And these guys are very good at coping, so I don't want to talk about them. So thank you,
Order,
Jeff.
please,
Jacob,
order.
Mwalimu Jacob, you are very right. We need peace. We need good security along our borders. The government, through my representative role, we've tried to push government to be able to establish KDF bases in our sub-county. We have 3 proposed bases, one in Apakin, one in Namadi, that is Loreng, another one in Lokichogyo. Actually, Lokichogyo base is already there. We are supposed to have a police training institution at Loreng, which will be training police for Turkana County and Kenya generally, and that would go a long way to serve our people in terms of security. We have model ideas about NPR and the way they can help us and the way they can secure our borders while they are grazing their animals. These are plans that are real, they are ongoing, they only need to be improved. I hope that the county government that will come in is going to actually pursue peace building and conflict resolution as a major function for them, and allow the peace actors to actually help us. You know, before county governments came, Locado, which was our mainstay organization on peace building and conflict resolution, Lopeo, were very active. And we were having peace with our brothers in Karamojong. But since this competition of who is doing what, who is running with, who is talking to who, came up, we have actually compromised on our security along the borders. So we need to pursue peace building. And that is about negotiation. That is about good neighborliness. That is about improving trade between ourselves and our colleagues. And I am sure with those kind of plans put in place, security, Jacob, can be addressed. And we surely need to address insecurity along our borders. And of course, if peace building becomes a problem, of course, security must then be improved. And that is why we need the Kenya Defense Forces to do their job. As it is now, I think they are still not serving us. Even those who are there are not actually responding to raids that are coming into our country, and yet these are aggressors that come from outside Kenya. It is the job of KDF to respond to that kind of incursion. I think I will still raise my voice given the opportunity. I've done that before, and I think I am equal to that task. Jacob, we can do that. Victor Sam, on the question of empowerment of youth, that is an issue. In Turkana West, Let me challenge my colleague, my viewers here. You know what? You guys who have stuck into this question of youth and empowerment, I want to throw the ball back to you. You have decided to stick in some corner. You guys do not want empowerment. What you are pursuing is a different goal. If we need to empower our youth, first and foremost, let's be realistic. I give you training. I support you to get education. I do not employ. So this idea that the MP is going to employ me after I have finished my university training, my college training, is a fallacy. But you know what? Just because we are afraid that we are going to lose votes, we will not tell you that. Nobody, no one creates a job. If you want to create a job, become an entrepreneur. Yeah? Run a business. Employ those 10 other young men. Yeah? Seek jobs. What we need in Turkana West is a competitive team of young people who are ready to work and begin from the lowest job opportunity that is available. Okay? You can never start from the highest. You have inexperience. These organizations, when they employ, they will tell you 10 years experience, 5 years experience. You have just come from college. What kind of experience will you give? Yeah? But we need a conversation on that. Dahil, yes. I know it's not easy, but the person who asked the question is an interested party. Look at what he's wearing already. Okay? And you can know where they have cast their lot. But I hope I can convince you, Victor. We've talked before. Negotiations, improve your competitiveness. Simpros, school dropouts, why? Honestly. It is run down morals. It is about our parenting. It is a challenge that we have to face as a community. It is about the exposure of our children. Okay? It is about the idleness. You can imagine what happened during the corona period. The number of pregnancies that were recorded in Turkana West were the highest. Over 1,000 girls got pregnant within the period of the corona time. It's about our parenting. What are we doing to tell our children, our girls, to educate our boys that the girl next to you is not a wife? Yeah? The boy next to you is not your husband. Yeah? These are the issues that we need to confront as a community, as a society. Issues of dropout, there is a window already. The Ministry of Education has given the girl child an opportunity to go back to school even after getting pregnant. Please don't give up. If by chance you got into the parent way, finish up with that, go back to school. And you can make life. By the way, yule ambaye amepitia hiyo mchujo na anarudi shule, mara mingi hawa wasichana wanafanya vizuri sana. Kwa hivyo mko na nafasi ya kurudi shule. Na dropout is not a shame. Inafanyika, it is in the community. We have to live.
Your Honorable, we are giving you a minute and a half to
Thank you.
wind up your
all the
answers.
questions seem to have been directed at me, Dahil. So, Emuria Francis, kuomba nyasi across ni mambo ya mjadala, ni mambo ya kuongea. Na mimi ninajua wewe, nashukuru. Sisi wananchi wa Turkana West, sisi tulichangia, lakini pia wenzetu wa Loima walichangia kwa hii amani ambayo ilivunjika kati yetu na watu wenzetu wa Karamojong. Kwa sababu sisi tulianza, tunakaa juu pale Loyoro, tuko na Kalapata, tuko Komion, na sisi tunaanza kuiba ng'ombe ya wenzetu pale, inaanza kuwa tit for tat. Hayo ndio maneno ambayo yamekuwa challenge. Lakini tukiongea, tunapofanya amani na wenzetu au Majie au Madodoth, tutapata nyasi. Even as we speak, there is conflict going on, but our people are talking. And when they go there and they send the peace elders before them, they are given grazing rights. They can be allowed to be in some corner. And UPDF has been very, very accommodative. Although sometimes kuna wale bad elements ambao wana take advantage ya sisi na
Your Honorable, please wind up.
Kwa hivyo nimemaliza, nimesema hiyo ni kupitia kwa mjadala. Tutaendelea kuomba nyasi na kuomba maji.
Thank you so much, Honorable Epio. Honorable Benja, please respond to the question that you are asked by the public, if there is any.
Thank you very much once more, Onyangalima Sultan. I think the questions asked, the first one from the online viewers, that one has been responded to.
That has been responded.
The second was on the priority issues on the top agendas given by us seated here, aspirants. My priority will be on the quality education, just as was said by the sitting MP that education is the equalizer between the poor, their haves and don't haves. And this, on me, to me, looks even a better way of bringing our people to be empowered. I will improve education by far, having been in education even without that role bestowed to me. I served in Our Ladies, I served in Porton Primary, Kakuma Mixed, free of charge, and I saw it was achievable and possible for our people to be empowered through education. And those whom we taught that time, I saw they are really doing better. And this, I will also make sure in the teaching fraternity, I will have time to engage the stakeholders in the education sector to make sure the productivity in our schools and in the education sector is the one that accommodates our youth in the sub-county. On employment, following the education and the production in education, where we'll be getting students to university and the colleges, that will mean employment. We will also provide, in order to empower our people, we will provide a level ground for all of our people to compete fairly. Unlike in the sitting leadership, whereby the leadership provides no level ground for people to compete when employment is available. And the opportunities we'll always give are the ones that we quarrel about and struggle on, are the small opportunities on the lower jobs. This to me will be a way through, by giving these people opportunities which are equal, it will be a way of empowering our community by providing them an environment which will be good for all of them to compete, other than segregating them in lines of religion, leadership, the support they gave to us during the electionary period, and those other things which might go on discriminating against our people, yet we are together in the sub-county. I will also prioritize the issue of water, though it is known and clear that the water issue is devolved. It has been a challenge to us because of discrimination and the separation between the county government and our leadership in the sub-county, because on the party and how they voted, the voting lines, that we have never lobbied from the county. The county has been willing and the leadership has been ready for us. It is only the opportunity that was given this time around in the electionary period that we have come closer to the county to serve us. But if I am given that opportunity, I will go closer to the people in the county and the leadership in the county, and also the partners around here, work together with them to allow our people have water and clean water for them. Thank you.
Moderator.
That question.
Thank you so much.
Moderator.
Second, on the other question.
Moderator.
Honorable Epio will give you time to respond to that, please.
No, I'm not responding.
The other question was based on the border and security.
Please guide the discussion.
Please, we gave you your time, Honorable Epio.
No, I'm only observing something.
It's okay. We are giving you time. Let him finish. We give him his time. Then after that, We'll come back to you in case of anything.
He is educating the congregants wrong things.
Honorable Puyo, Honorable Puyo, that is
The
up to
leadership,
him.
the leadership,
We
the
know,
leadership.
we know. We
It's
will
not
respond
about
to
that.
that. We'll give you time. Your Honorable will give you time to respond to that. Please let him finish. Then we give you time before we come to Paul.
Order. Mheshimiwa, you'll have your time.
You will
for
have your time,
a rebuttal.
Mheshimiwa. You will have your Mheshimiwa. You will have your time. Let Honorable Benja finishes whatever he's saying. Then before we go to Paul, we will give you a time to respond to that. Honorable Benja.
Thank you, the moderator. On the issue, on the question raised on the border insecurity, East Africa has always had its neighbors. And Sudan, Uganda, and Ethiopia borders us. And this is where we have always faced the greatest insecurity. Having been educated on social issues and relationships, I will use the opportunity, if given by these honorable citizens, to partner with those people from the neighboring countries, the leadership from the neighboring countries, to allow our people access water, grass, and also enough opportunity for them to relate, because we are all in Atakar, and this insecurity have always been caused by our neighbors who are from Atakar, the Merile, the people from Uganda and Topoza. That opportunity given to me, I know I will use that opportunity to partner with those people, to have good relationship with them, so that we serve our people to their best interest. I also have something on grass. How are we prepared to make sure we serve our people with the grass that will be used from the neighboring countries? This is also possible if we will be having good relationships with our partners. And this is achievable, it is possible, because it has always happened, only that, as said by the member of parliament who is sitting, that it has always been there, but it crops at some times. So we will make sure we maintain the cropping problem and also contain it, so that we do not suffer it more, but have it as a friendly thing to work our people get their resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Puyo, we are giving you 2 minutes to respond. Then we come to Honorable Paul.
Thank you, Dail. It's not really a question.
Before you respond, Honorable Epuyo, we understand that Honorable Benjamin was responding to your reactions, which was not appropriate. Please respond to questions from the audience, not the answers from your fellow honorables.
And thank you, moderator, because that is basically what I thought needs to happen.
Much obliged.
Thank you.
So you can proceed. You can proceed, Paul.
Okay.
Asante. I think Mwalimu talked about border reconciliation, or peace building and border reconciliation. I think we are the organizations that were really implementing the activities using the kraals that are across the border. That is why we achieved a little peace that we had in the past. Kwa sababu ukiambiwa history hapa, unapata hapa Kabogorito la remembering barensite ni walikuwa wanakujanga pa Kabogorito wanabeba wanaenda. So I think Locado did a lot, and kindly.
Order.
I think Locado did a lot, and given the opportunity, this kind of initiative should be a coordination between the government and implementing NGO. Then we can also ask the UNHCR if I was to be there, or if I will be there, that what is the footprint of the refugee? Now, because you understand that asylum seeking refugee are moving out of war, what do you think is the mitigation measure as a government then the UNHCR or other organization that tend to be on that line should help us in that. That is when I will be there, I will work hand in hand with them, with the other implementing local organization who are already working on that line. Somebody was asking that I resigned in 2019. I did not resign in 2019, maybe for my brother. The information is I resigned on June of 2020 during the corona period. Maybe I got fatigue, work fatigue.
Order.
Then, he talked about how can we, or how can you, when you get there, help us on environment. Kwa sababu ya madhenge. A good question. I talked earlier about enrichment planting. Enrichment planting ni ile mnaingia tu msitu na kuanza kupanda nini? Miti na other crops ambaye ziko drought resistant. Yani yenye itaweza kaa kwa jua na zikuse siende juu bila maji. For sustainability of that environment. Nitaweza kuambia ndugu yangu pia, I have a plan of doing what we call pasture reseeding. Pasture reseeding will help us to slow down the movement of what? Runoff water. Ndio miti siendelee kukunywa kwa sababu itachukua muda mrefu hiyo maji kukimbia chini ya miti. Na miti sitaendelea kuwa nini? Kukua na huge saturation na miti siendelee kuenda juu. We need also, I will do the rehabilitation of Taraj riverines. Kwa sababu Taraj iko invested. I can say the term invested kwa sababu hiyo miti haijapandwa, imeletwa na maji, fumbi, mafi ya mbuzi, all that. We can select places that are much important or of immediate benefit. Kama aquifers, mahali maji yenye tunatoa ya kukunywa sitakuwa ama ziko. Tunatoa alafu tunaweka kitu naitwa nini? Native trees. Yenye nilikuwa naongea kuhusu acacia variety. Yenye nilikuwa naongea kuhusu reficiens, sijui nilotica, sijui Senegal, sijui mellifera, ngirega, ngitira, berengulu. Because they are what? They can control the prosopis. Somebody talks about the first three priority. First three priority in my activities to be done. I can also say an agenda or a manifesto. The first one is food security. My friend, iko kunikwenda nyama kora. I have experience of that because some of us underwent this. Ilikuwa unaenda shule, unaweka vitabu ndani ya mchanga, unaenda unabeba jerrycan ya Ethiopia, unapewa njera. Ukule upate wengine za zile saa 4 huingie darasa. Na maisha yanaendelea. Is that what we want to repeat years and years? We need food security. We need those children to feed. We need our mothers to feed. The reason why even elections, during election, it becomes expensive for a youth kusimama is because people are demanding cash. Reason, they're hungry. They don't have any other reason. So we need to develop our food systems using the coordination and creation of synergies with other organizations, the county government, national government. Let's all pull the whole resources in one basket and then start doing the activities. Reason why I choose food security is because we have 2 borders, not 3. We have the border of Uganda and South Sudan. Good enough. Uhuru ametutengenezea hii inaenda paka South Sudan. And South Sudan, as we know, it's one of the poorest country with low income per capita. Meaning what? Haina industries. Kumaanisha nini? Sisi tukitengeneza chakula hapa and then we make small industries. Tunatengeneza hiyo unga. Nyi mwato bakina leuji. We can do breweries. E protela seneta lo madeta nyodbere mere nyi mwa. Le maadenge tungalo yo kolubulu luchengul robo.
Honorable Ake, we are giving you 1 minute and a half, please.
Kindly.
Order plenary, order.
Wacha niongee bana. So we can make small industries. Even a house like this one can make an industry. Can make a factory. We can provide employment. We can provide that food security. A lot can be done. And that's what we call economic stimulus. Ya pili is education and professional development. I'm looking in terms of libraries. We don't have even one in Turkana West. The entire Turkana West. Hakuna hata moja. We must have libraries in every ward. We are complaining about our children failing. What are the solutions? Let's provide the libraries. Let's provide those ile maneno nilikuwa nafanyanga na wewe kusi ya kuenda kuongelesha kwa mashule. Waende wapi? Waende wasome vizuri ndio waende mbele. We can provide hiyo maneno ya research systems. We can have an institution ambayo itakuwa supported na NGOs, county government na ofisi ya mjumbe, so that we can have solution of salinity of water, salinity of soil, drought resistant crops that can be good here, fruit trees ambaye zitaweza chukua hata miaka 2 ndio tukule, those kind of things. Ya mwisho, in the order of priority is livestock health na hiyo border reconciliation. Lakini wacha niongelee livestock health kwa sababu nilishaongea. Livestock health nimeshaongea maneno ya artificial insemination. Nimeshaongea maneno ya Central Vaccine Center for our livestock. Not forgetting, as one of the honorable has mentioned, that we are among, I think even we are the second. Sisi ndio tunachinja mbuzi mingi after Nairobi. Mbuzi mingi, ng'ombe mingi, ngamia mingi. But do we have the opportunity to connect to Kenya Meat Commission so that our people can benefit?
Honorable,
that is my agenda.
30 seconds, please.
I think nimemaliza. Asante.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have one more question directed to Honorable Epuyo Daktari. It's an online question.
Very well.
Then we come to the second questions from the public. The question goes direct to Honorable Epuyo by one of the voters. He or she is saying, I direct my question to Honorable Epuyo. Secondary schools in Turkana West are performing dismally and taking very few to no students to university. The way she wrote and the way he wrote, what kind of support has Mheshimiwa offered? Since you are talking about education, that in your priorities and your agendas, education comes first. But we see St. Leo used to be pride of Turkana. St. Leo is not even seen. We are seeing the likes of Tarach. We are not seeing A's. We are investing too much in education, but results are poor. That is a personal question from me. The first one was from an online. Second one, me being a part and parcel of West. I've been hearing about your agenda. There's one thing I haven't had. Creative economy. I champion for creative economy. Creative economy, wasanii, arts, movies, cinemas. None of you three is talking about creative economy. Story na shule. Turkana West is dying. Education is nowhere. And all of you are talking education is equalized and everything. Why are we not seeing A's? Why are we not seeing for that? Then, Honorable
On
Doctor.
the same note,
yes,
as an education guru,
yes,
you have 7 wards.
yes.
Statistically, how many students from every ward go to the university?
Thank you so much.
Number 2, why do you focus on infrastructure instead of human resource in education. Welcome.
That is for you. Then we'll give each and every honorable a minute to respond to the same. Then we come ask questions again from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Dail and Daktari.
And you have your 10 minutes to answer those questions.
That would be good enough. The questions are very modest. Question of performance and quality of education in Turkana West. I think I can't belabor that. I am a teacher by profession, as you have said. And I have two answers. One, we have shortage of staff, teaching staff in our schools. In fact, it cuts across, not only in high schools, but even in primary schools. It is the teachers that guide students, whether primary, whether secondary. When you have a gap in the number of teachers who teach these children, you expect that gap to be replicated in the performance. So that challenge is across this sub-county. Most of our schools are like beginning schools. You talk of Lokchogyo Secondary, you talk of Kalobeye Secondary, you talk of Mogila Girls, okay? These are schools that we have just been struggling to start. Talk of St. James Pokotom Secondary. Apart from the 2, 3 maybe schools, okay, 4 of them with the AIC Songot. Our prime institutions in this sub-county were 2, that is St. Leo, Kakuma Boys, which is now politically in Turkana North, but administratively being managed by the Director of Education here in Turkana West. That school is in the middle of nowhere, okay? The MP Turkana North is the one who supports through his CDF. I have no role, but we pay fees to all our children, whether they are attending high school outside or not. So, Daktari, the question of teachers, teacher shortage. The second issue is even for the few teachers that are there, and I want to challenge my colleague teachers here, the question of teacher management. Teacher management. The aspect of motivation of teachers. Some of these things actually go to the parents and the programs the schools run. That is an internal matter. It is only at the Director of Quality Assurance who can bring out the deficiencies that may exist in a management of a secondary school, in a management of a primary school. And those are internal educational questions, which the Member of Parliament is not a party to. Where I come in is on that infrastructure, on the question of the facilitative facilities, school bus, okay, scholarship. These are the struggles we try to mitigate. But when it comes to the actual teaching and the learning process, that is a product of the teachers, that is a product of the willing learners. Our learners are not easy to handle. Then our teachers are not, I think there is a mismatch there. And you have fewer teachers handling this many kids. You have very many of these kids who are not behaved. They want to run their own programs. This is where we are losing it in Turkana West. And there is a level of negligence on the part of the managers of education in this sub-county. There is the question of overstaying of our managers, our teachers. Some of them are beginning to retrogress in the way they support and manage our schools. And I'm not afraid to say, now that this is a public engagement and a public forum, our best institution in Turkana West is our ladies' girls. And what is happening with our ladies' girls? I think ni kuchoka tu. Kwa walimu ambao wako pale, mwalimu mkuu amekaa pale, sasa yeye ameingilia mambo mingi, akili yake imekuwa pande mingi, na hiyo kitu ita affect matokeo ya wanafunzi. Ya? Na sisi kama wazazi, role yetu, sisi nazi tumeamua kuzembea. Ya, ni kama tumeachia walimu na watoto wafanye vile wanataka. Alafu tunangoja hapa tunasema matokeo mazuri yatatokea. Hayatatokea. The BOMs in our schools must do their role. The board of management of schools are the ones who deal with education, the day-to-day management of the schools. Do you people ask the head teachers the questions? Is the budgeting of those schools, secondary schools, and the fees they collect, does it go to the core function of education, which is the teaching and learning, provision of educational materials? Are those textbooks availed? Because the Ministry of Education gives every secondary school child a grant of 22,000 shillings, ready money that goes to tuition. Do the BOMs ask those questions? This is where the questions lie.
Thank you,
But
Mwalimu. Let's now go to statistics.
You mean you are satisfied already?
Let's go to statistics.
The statistics, I do not have the statistics per ward. I can give you the end product.
Do you think there is a positive trajectory or you're going down?
No, we are not doing well. Honestly speaking, we are not doing well.
Very well.
We are not getting the A's. I don't think there is a school that the first student was scoring a D. A D. The first student scored a D. And you know the BOM is there, the parents are there, the head teacher is still there.
Very well, Mwalimu. Very
so
well.
those gaps are there. And when you say the member of parliament, you know, na nyinyi wasikilizaji na wanaeneo bunge, be fair. Be fair. Judge me if I am teaching Form 2 secondary school mathematics in Taraj Secondary. Ask me which results are you producing. I am a facilitator of education. Okay? I am a facilitator of education.
Thank you,
I
Mwalimu.
provide the facilities required. And that much, I think I have done.
Thank you, Mwalimu. We would wish to notify you that tomorrow we will have MCS debate, 9 a.m., same venue, 7 wards. And I would wish also to notify you that we invited the 6 MP aspirants. You can see for yourself. Vote wisely. Now we are heading to the other set of questions. We were done with this side. The two ladies. Tulimalizana na wewe dada. Amuka. Yes. Si wewe, behind you. Kuna mkono huko? Yes, come. Come. Be brief. Brief. Kuja hapa. Tell us your name, your ward. Songa kidogo. Meranga mzungu ibon ata ngaturkana. Wa nganya yin ngaturkana kama be yin tabong to ada. Ayong bono ngi yin ngaturkana. Your name, your ward, and your question. Be brief. 1 minute.
Thank you so much, organizers.
Munasikia huko? Aya, tuache kelele tumalizane. Yes, proceed.
Thank you so much, the organizers of this event. Thank you so much, the viewers and the honorables here. My name is Rafael Namuya. I am a resident of Kakuma and residing at Nadapal. And yeah.
Your question, you are directing to who?
My question is directed to the sitting MP. My question is directed to the sitting MP. As the sitting MP for the last 10 years, I don't know if you've ever thought.
What is your question? What is your question?
The question is, okay, I'm driving the question. The question is, for the last 10 years, you've been the sitting MP and you are a resident of Turkana West. We've had the refugees here for the longest time possible. I'm sure you are aware. And we have our sisters, our wives, our mothers, our brothers who have married the refugees, and the refugees have married our sisters. Are there any arrangement? Have there been any arrangement for you in trying to support the children that come out of these marriages? That is number one. Number two, for the rest of my colleagues, the Honorable Benja, Honorable Paul, if you are to take this responsibility, what would be your approach on these matters?
Thank you very much.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen present here today, my name is David Dapal, resident of Kakuma Ward, a voter into Wakayeni Multipurpose Ward. The question is based in these facts. According to the education analysis, 2020 to 2021 academic year, we produced about 27 learners who have joined the universities across all Turkana West secondary schools. The questions comes in. As you prepare to be elected come 9th August 2022, what will you make sure that the learners in Turkana West have a meaningful access to education despite infrastructure and other physical development in school?
Thank you very much.
The second question goes as the following. Our upcoming member of parliament, our brothers and sisters, I am a teacher, I must talk by authority. The second question goes as this. Our brothers and sisters have been registered with the refugees here. They have been taking rations here. They have failed to get the Kenyan identity cards because they have been registered, and they want to get out of the refugee status. What will you do as incoming MP to make sure our brothers and sisters they are out of refugee status? May God bless you all.
Thank you very much. I hope you will not repeat a question. Proceed, madam. Sauti.
Halo, habari zenu?
Nzuri.
Naitwa Halima Ali. Araya Turkana. Let me talk in Turkana because I'm fluent in that. I want to ask I'm from Kakuma Ward. Nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi.
Order tafadhalini. Order tafadhali. Halima, go ahead.
Mimi nataka kuuliza swali lenye na my community. The problem that my community is facing. That's the question I'm going to ask. Nyinyi as a sitting MPs, mnataka kuwa my MPs in future. We are facing problem in getting IDs. Somali kids, we 0.5 kids we are going tunapata your problems in. Sasa, how are you going to help us? Something like that.
Thank you very much. Next.
Asante sana.
Order.
Lokoroy Damaris is my name. I'm a resident of Kakuma and a voter at Friends Hall. And my question is directed to Honorable Epuyo. When you were giving your manifesto, I heard you saying you were the first MP among the 290 MPs in Kenya who has introduced cheap secondary education. My question is, how cheap is cheap for Akai, the common mwananchi of Turkana West? Because as far as I'm concerned, there are so many pupils or students rather in Kakuma who are at home even right now in the villages and not in schools for lack of school fees. The second question, for the secondary schools, what mitigation measures are we putting in place to ensure all the pupils or students from Turkana West, especially from the common mwananchi, the one from the lowest economic level or economic status, is able to access secondary education, and not just accessing but finishing the school and getting a certificate? Because there are so many people even inside this hall who have finished Form 4 and their certificates for KCSE were withheld in schools for not finishing school fees in secondary schools.
Thank you so much.
Huyu ni Wekesa Abraham, head teacher Kangteseroy. Kwangu kwa wajumbe, I know 2 are my brothers and 1 is my head teacher. My question is, our MPs, Dwa Erai Nkamrak, Khane, what you as MPs, what program do you have for the non-local, maybe number 1, those ones who are married to, or have sire children to, or have been brought up in Turkana West? What program do you have for them? 1, in terms of maybe bursary allocation. We know there is that issue of 30-70% distribution, but now, will they be treated as outsiders, or are you going to treat them as one of them? I don't want to add more to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Order, please. Order, please. Karibu.
My name is Lobwin Daniel, a resident of Kakuma and a voter at Arid Zone. I am a concerned teacher because if you see how our sitting MP explains issues on education, yani unakasirika. Kwa sababu gani? When you empower someone through education, you also need to create a favorable job market environment. I am a graduate of 2016 from my university, an employed teacher. I have served in Our Ladies for 5 years on board. Unfortunately, up to now, I'm unemployed. Why? Because TSC has an unfriendly mark sheet that does not allow new graduates, the Turkana graduates, to access these job opportunities. When you hear our MP talking of understaffing in our schools, then you see someone who does not live in our society. So please, compared to what Nakuleu does, when unemployment,
Order.
When unemployment is
We said there is no clapping.
When TSC employment is eminent, Nakuleu, because he wants to empower and make sure that there are teachers in these schools, anaenda anaomba hata nafasi 5, anakuja anagawa hizo barua kwa watu ambao ni Waturkana ambao wataenda kufunza katika hizo shule. What does our MP do so that the available Turkana teachers,
Order.
The available Turkana teachers can secure the opportunities that are always advertised in our schools? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. 1 minute. Be brief. 1 minute. Order.
Nakain Ekuleu Yohana. Those are my names. And I want to reiterate on the same subject about education. We've had a project here. It is under Window Trust. We've had students. They are refugees. They are getting outside the country. Sponsored by USC program. Under 10 years. Direct my question to the Member of Parliament, the incumbent. Under your tenure, how many students, especially from the host community, have been sponsored under USC program to go and study medicine or to go engineering or to go any matter? I would want to hear from the Member of Parliament, because what we hear from the people who are working even in USC program under WTK, it is that these scholarship programs, they are being bought by people from outside. We would want to hear how many Turkana children, especially from Turkana West, now that this organization is residing in Turkana West, how many students, those who have completed bachelor in education, those who have degrees, how many of them have been sponsored to go and pursue a master's degree outside the country.
Thank you very
We've
much.
heard of Talo, and Talo, some of those who have gained from Talo, they are here today. The likes of Kevin Ekal, were it not for Talo to take him to England, Birmingham University.
Order.
How many of those students
Order.
by USC program
Order.
have gone outside the country and they have come back and they are giving active results?
Order.
How many of them?
Thank you.
Can you tell us?
Thank you very much.
Under your tenure.
Thank you.
It is
Thank
10
you.
years. How many of them?
Thank you very
How many
much.
of them have benefited from USC program?
Thank you very
How
much.
many of them?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's
very
enough.
much grateful to Talo.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Order tafadhali, order. Tafadhalini. Order.
Have a seat.
Order. Tulisema hapa we are coming
Tutakupatia chance.
to ask questions concern society agenda,
Please.
not personal questions. Order. Tafadhalini. Order. Should we stop this debate?
Order.
Twende ama muache mkuongea?
Order. Thank you, voters. We appreciate your concerns. We have 3 people to go to answer the questions. Please turn down. Order, members. Order, members. Si mnataka nafasi ya kuuliza maswali? Simtulie. Kuna candidate ametoka, si bado amekaa? Mtulie. We are going to another round of questions.
grams ile kubwa.
Yeah.
Unauza?
Yeah. No.
Watu wananunua?
Yes.
Ni hebu nipe. Lovely. Safi. Uko feti asante sana. Sisi tunajaribu kujua ni nini inaendelea.
Okay.
Ndio tujue wakuu wetu watuambie kama tunafanya kazi mzuri ama tufanye kazi mzuri.
Turkana University was established in 2017. It is a constituent college of Masinde Muliro University. Turkana University has 3 schools. We have the School of Business and Economics, we have the School of Education and Social Sciences, and we have the School of Science. Turkana University admits both national and international students. We have the students under the COOPS program, and we have the self-sponsored program. Within our self-sponsored program, we have the students from South Sudan, who are the refugees and sponsored by Windle Trust. And the other students are from within Turkana County. A good number of them work with Turkana County government. So Those are our major clients. A good number of the students we've got is from Southern Sudan. But from our marketing, we've marketed across, and we are expecting students from Ethiopia, Sudan, and Uganda. You should join Turkana University. Turkana University offers the programs that you need. We are market-oriented. We offer what is required in the market. Agriculture, science and technology, mathematics. We carry out
Municipality coming up. Kakuma municipality coming up as the second municipality in Turkana County. While you respond to the issues raised, tell us your reaction, your preparation about Kakuma municipality. While doing that, give us your parting shot. Tumeelewana? Give us your reaction about Kakuma municipality, respond to the questions raised, then give us your parting shot. Thank you. We start with you.
Thank you. Before I start speaking, I will just urge our supporters to cool down. This is not a war. We are only addressing the gaps that we have in our community. So tuheshimu tu wenye wako kwa uongozi kwa saa hizi mpaka hiyo siku kama mtamtoa ama mtamwacha. But thank you for raising the questions. We had a question on education gaps. I think the Honorable has touched on staffing kwamba ni kidogo. According to my understanding, I think maybe he might need to use this opportunity maybe to know this, that UNHCR and other organizations that are implementing the education initiatives in refugee camp uses what we call incentive staffs. Sawa sawa. That the refugee, we are addressing gaps here. The refugee children are in our schools. We also need, as leaders, when you get the opportunity, including me, that we go and seek chances zetu za incentive staffs ni gani? Kwa sababu incentive staffs ni wale watoto ambayo wamemaliza shule, either vijana ambayo wamemaliza form 4 ama college lakini hana kazi. Incentive kwa nini? Anapewa kitu kidogo ya kununua sabuni. Ndio sabuni na chakula yake kidogo ndio asikue idle in the community. But atakuwa amesaidia kusukuma gurudumu mbele. Gap ya pili, I know maybe the Honorable has not touched on that, is all about library and having reading culture. Now, I never touched about, there is something the health touched of giving us 1 minute to address about stimulation of economy using maybe media and all that. I never mentioned about my 5th activity about sports and talent hub development, which deals with the academies development, because now we have what we call CBC and we need to develop academies for our children. Raphael Namuya, your question was how to approach, I don't know which matter, but iliniepa kidogo. Alima or Same, the story of ID, haki ya Mungu siwezi jibu hiyo, mimi sijui hiyo vile inafanyangwa. I will be honest on that. But siwezi jibu hiyo kwa sababu I have no experience on that. But there is always an office dealing on what our gap is. Sisi tuko na ofisi ya ID. Na hiyo ni maneno ya national government. Na kulingana na hiyo wakati, it will depend which places lack the ID and the minority, which are the Somalis, because kuna confusion about the Somalis in refugee camp and Somalis ambayo wanakaa wapi? Town. Though most of them again have ration cards. So unapata za zingine fingerprint inaleta shida. But I cannot answer that because I have not been in that office. Asante. Lokoroi asked about certificate being withheld in schools. That is very true. Damaris Lokoro, you have mentioned that and it is happening. So during my tenure, wakati ambaye nitakuwa hiyo ofisi, funds ambaye nitakana iende kwa upande education, we need to identify those people from the village level or from the schools. Unaenda our ladies, watoto ngapi ndio hawajachukua? Tarach secondary, wangapi ndio wamechukua? You collect the data from all schools and then it should be the first priority to clear because in a block future yao. That is what I can do. We talk about minority groups. We don't talk about non-Turkanas. We talk about minority group because they are part of us. I don't think, I had never come across, because I had never been in a CDF office. I cannot answer a question which I don't know. So in the CDF office, I don't know if walikuwa wananyimwa ama walikuwa wanapewa, but they deserve 30%. Sawa sawa. They deserve 30%. And they must have a representative inside hiyo kamati, which I understand from the explanation of the Honorable Epuyo that he is not part of it. But maybe that time I may know about it. Ya mwisho, Dunlop asked about TSC. It is so unfortunate that you finished in 2016 up to date. You had never got a job. I don't know the problem, but I believe there should be something to be done in accordance to the reference that you talked of the Mheshimiwa from the Northern Constituency of Turkana. That he has to go to the Teachers Service Commission and seek for this position and then distribute. And that is exactly the footprint I want to follow. Asante.
Thank you once more.
Check.
Before Benja talks, I said you give us your parting shot so that we take to Benja.
It's parting shot. Kidogo.
Your parting shot, it's the moderator who moderates.
Thank you.
Not the plenary.
The people of Turkana West. I believe if you have eyes, you have seen. If you have ears, you have heard. If you have the ability.
Order.
If you have the ability to take it inside and understand, it is up to you. For all believe that a future will only be created between me and you. We are looking for better schools. They are in that ballot. We are talking about better health centers. They are in that ballot. We are talking about that water. They are in that ballot. If you sit and allow people who do not understand, and you the educated IEN professionals who understand much, you who have seen or who have heard about the ideas that these honorables have said, you have an opportunity to influence that thought from your neighbor, because a future for your child and a future for you stands in between you and your vote. Thank you.
Karibu Honorable Benja.
Thank you very much. Once more. I think among the 5 questions, 3 questions were specific to a particular aspirant, and 2 were open to each one of us. And to answer the questions which were open to each one of us, there was a question on registration, on refugee status, and also registration of the people who have come as a result of intermarriages between the Turkana and other Kenyans, or the Turkana and the refugees. To answer the question on registration asked before, I have, as a citizen, an understanding that
Ethiopia.
As a Kenyan. However much it will be that the people residing here are Turkana, but again, we are Turkana, and the other Kenyans are also staying and residing in Turkana West. So if benefits are there through CDF or any other aid from the government, either county government or national government, or from whichever source, it is allowed that all of us have an opportunity to access the benefits in equal measures. Only at a situation whereby the population of the locals is higher than the non-locals, we will apply the law of the minority and the majority. And my time during my tenure, I will provide that opportunity for each and every resident staying in Turkana West. Thank you. Last point, I will urge the Turkana people of Turkana West and the Kenyans staying in Turkana West that I am fit to serve you in the next 5 years, given the qualities and the characteristics of a leader and the agenda given to you in this opportunity that was provided, and also that I have always told you I am fit for this opportunity come 9th August 2022. Thank you.
Welcome, Honorable Epuyo.
Thank you, Dahil.
A parting shot from, what is your parting shot?
Honorable Benja.
Before we go to Honorable Epuyo.
I think the moderator is busy walking around and not even getting what we are saying.
Yes.
We have already said that. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Good that you've confirmed I am busy here. I am responding to online questions.
Okay.
Karibu, Honorable Epuyo.
Thank you. My phone is not behaving. This is where I've taken my notes. Sorry for that. Question on marriages between refugees and host community and how those children are handled. The Kenyan law is there. Marriages, by the way, I don't think the law allows, encourages marriages between host community and refugees. That happens by whatever happens. In our Kenyan Turkana culture, children born between unmarried people belong to their mother, and therefore to the mother's people and that lineage. So they are not lost. And so they will need to be taken care of in the normal way that we'll take care of. So, nginini rapnio between a refugee, Turkanite is taken care of by culture. It is, of course, an issue because of providing for these children. There are quite a number of them. But we have the system. We have the social system. We have the education system to take care of those children. Similarly, Dapal, you raised the question of refugees registered, Kenyans registered as refugees. That is a serious issue. I have since been confronted with that matter. In 2017, because of the challenge that we've had in this camp, and not only here, but also in Dadaab, Kenya government opened a window of those Kenyans who had registered as refugees, okay, to get deregistered. But it was a whole process. And our people here, some of them did not get that window. They did not take advantage of it. And so they were still held back because of lack of information. But it is not lost. It is possible for you to change your status The process is long, but it is there. The opportunity to change is there. You now need to go through, declare that you are registered as a Kenyan, you are registered as a refugee, and therefore you want to denounce that registration, and you are taken through the process involving UNHCR, involving the registration of persons and the local administration who are going to vet you. And I think, Alima, that is the same challenge that you raised about getting IDs for ulisema iko watu wanaitwa nini? Watu 0.5. 0.5 ni watu katikati hapa. Kupata IDs imekuwa challenge. Actually, it looks like there is a policy which is silent, which is being pursued by government, which I feel is discriminatory, and this has been raised by the members of parliament, particularly from the northern counties, about vetting of those of us who want to be registered as Kenyans. The rest of Kenyans don't get vetted. Those in Central, those in Western, those in Nyanza do not get vetted. And it is a matter that needs to be actually put off. We should not be vetted. But it seems to be a silent issue that government actually works. So before you get your ID, you have to apply. Then some elders are going to sit and be questioned whether they know where you were born, they know whether where your parents are. Those questions are matters that need to be addressed. The National Assembly is a good ground for us to raise those matters, but as a member of parliament, it is my responsibility to represent such residents of this constituency. So if you are in such a situation, the way to go is to bring it up with the member of parliament and ask that the processes that are required to be done can be done. So Alima, it's not lost. There are those vetting processes. Damaris, I think you didn't get my statement. I didn't say we have started cheap secondary schools. I talked about low-cost boarding primary schools. There were only 7 boarding schools in Turkana West by the time I took over as a member of parliament. And boarding is an attractive education access point for our people. And what I did is started a discussion with the CDF committee of the 11th Parliament in Turkana West, that can we improve the number of the boarding primary schools in our sub-county. And after some lengthy engagement with the board of CDF, they allowed us to bring on board another 10 primary schools scattered across the 7 wards. And that is what I was talking about, low-cost boarding primary schools, where CDF is paying 1,000 shillings per child in class 6, class 7, class 8, in those 10 schools per term, in order to buy food for those children who live, and who are in those classes, in order to improve retention, in order to improve performance in those schools, and particularly for children who are of pastoralist background. That is what I meant by that low-cost boarding. It is not in secondary schools. Already Kenya government is pursuing the day secondary schools policy, where they pay all the fees of the day secondary schools. That is the lowest cost in terms of secondary education. Wekesa bursary allocation for non-locals, that is a right. There is nothing about 30/70 there. You apply. You make your application. Good enough for us The ones who do CDF applications, our CDF forms are serialized, so none of those forms get lost. And if you apply, it will be vetted. You will be seen where you fall. Is it below the poverty line? Is it in the middle? Are you able? And so the allocations are done. And the vetting committees are members of, in fact, the administration, that is the chief. You have the sub-count, the village admin now, or the ward admin. You have a member of the CDF committee being a member of that committee, and the education officer in charge of the county bursary. That is the vetting committee for the CDF bursary. And I think there is also a vetting committee for the county bursary. So there is no discrimination. It is by law. Lobuin Daniel, I think that is a difficult one. Since graduating, how many, in 2016, now, and that is a government policy by the Teacher Service Commission. We from Turkana County, and my colleague name has featured here. It's good marks for him from Turkana West, but you know, that doesn't translate into votes. I wish you could vote for him where he is contesting. We actually raised that concern with the Education Committee of the National Assembly, and we were allowed. We were allowed an affirmative action. It is not about the number of years the teacher has graduated. It is about a resident of Turkana being given priority. So, Dapal, I don't know where you've been since 2016, and the question I would ask you, what is your subject combination? Could it be an issue of your subject combination that could be locking you out? Because if the subject combination is not being recruited, you will not get any opportunity to apply. That may be the issue. But if you give me an opportunity to serve you, you may be the first one I would want to talk to when I get that opportunity.
Order.
Yeah. The young man, the gentleman, not the young man, the gentleman Nakain Ekuleu is known to me. He's the one who raised a lot of dust. He's known to me. He's a nephew of my great friend, Dr. Moru. So I know him. And he was talking about WUSC scholarships. And yes, he has a point. But again, I think it is misinformation on his part. Because these scholarships by WUSC are given by a Canadian university to refugee children. I have personally asked Windle International and even UNHCR to give us some slots for our host community children. The way they have given us slots for Mone Chapelle girls. We get about between 10 and 20 in a year in Mone Chapelle going to Form 1. Free scholarship. The WUSC scholarships for universities is very particular. They have refused to give the host community those opportunities. Maybe with a little bit more pushing and negotiation and engagement, they may budge. But so far, it has not happened. And it's not the fault of the member of parliament. So when you ask, even if you elected Benja, it's not going to happen. Because it is a policy that is being pursued. So lakini wewe pigia mimi kura tu kwa sababu mambo mengine ambayo tunasikia hapa ni yale ambayo yanatokea kwa sababu hatuna ufahamu kamili ya yale ambayo yanaendelea. I think that is the last one. And the municipality question, Daktari, Kakuma municipality is a good one. There is something that happened in 2017. Kazi mtaani. Kazi mtaani was a way of employing the unemployed. And it was targeting youth in towns or in municipalities. Unfortunately for Turkana County then, the only municipality was Lodwar. And so Kazi Mtaani was only in Lodwar. So us getting a municipality in Kakuma here would mean when Kazi Mtaani is brought, then we are included. And our young people here can get engaged. A municipality is an institution of its own, running its own services. Yeah? But the way we are now, we are just a rural setup where all services are given by the county government from a pool. From a pool, one pool. If we get to the municipality level, there will be an allocation targeting service provision for a municipality. And it is a special allocation. Grants can be given to municipalities in order to build those municipalities to some level of a living standard. So a municipality would be a welcome move for us in Turkana West. The challenge we have is, are we really prepared to have a municipality? Did we have public participation, effective public participation, discussing and determining, first and foremost, issues to do with the boundary of the municipality? How far is our municipality going to cover? Is it going to go up to Lokore? Is it going to go up to Kalobeye? How far? And then who are the likely, settlers there? And we will have the advantage of having title deeds given to a municipality. With a title deed, you can afford to get a loan from a bank and do development. So there are advantages to having a municipality. Daktari, I don't know how prepared we are on that one. I can't say. I did not participate in the public participation, if it was ever there, for the creation of Kakuma Kalobeye municipality. I wish I could, and I would love to be party to it. I think those are the questions I raised.
Before you give a parting shot, there is an emotive issue online in regard to the conflict between UNHCR and Masinde Muliro University. What is your position on that issue?
Thank you.
Finally, I encourage all of you. We understand that attending Chocha TV debates is not a yardstick of measuring whether you are capable to lead or not. But this is our way of public participation. Encourage your MCS to come tomorrow so that they can be cross-examined by the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. It is the question of UNHCR and Masinde Muliro, emotive. Maybe I won't say it is emotive, but it is an outstanding disagreement. And for sure, it has undermined the Turkana West University campus, which has actually stalled. We thought that we will have a going concern in terms of a university in Kakuma. And Daktari and Chocha team, universities build towns. If you read the history of towns in UK, universities create towns of their own. And Turkana West campus would have been one of the stimulators of the development of Kakuma town. What happened, and which I think needs to be relooked at, is the question of the land. Whose land is it? The one that the university currently sits on. Whose land is it? It is our land. Who asked for that land? Is it UNHCR or Masinde Muliro? It was Masinde Muliro, but urged by UNHCR. Whatever disagreement that arose between UNHCR and Masinde Muliro is unknown to us as a community. We gave land. We were very magnanimous in doing that because we wanted to get the university going so that our town can grow. What has happened? UNHCR, I think, has wrestled the university out of Masinde Muliro. But they're not moving on with it. I don't know what they're doing with it. They are creating an education hub that is unknown to us as a host community. So Masinde Muliro is still running their business or their campus next to Equity Bank. So that is okay. And Masinde Muliro can pursue another piece of land, which would be okay. Now, that university that was supposed to be ongoing now is told because UNHCR, its core business is not running universities. So they have delegated the running of the university to Windle Trust. Now, Windle Trust is an NGO. NGOs also are not in the business of running universities. Universities are either private or public. So what is Turkana West Campus? Is it a private institution? That is the whole quagmire about that. How I wish, by the way, we need to engage because the County Education Board needs to get involved in determining the status of Turkana West Campus. UNHCR, insofar as I see, are the ones that are stalling that whole process. The county government has actually gotten into it. I hope in the new administration we will be able to unlock that challenge.
Now do your parting shot.
My parting shot, Daktari and your team, this is a first, this is a good one for us, it is a good beginning, and I think I would tell you guys kudos. It may not have gone to the expectations of all of us, but I think it is a good start. Amaje wasikilizaji.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
And my parting shot is, people of Turkana West, you can, just the way Ake said, you have eyes, you have ears, you have seen. This is not a contest. There is no contest here. This is about experience against inexperience. This is about understanding issues.
Order.
It is about knowing what your role is and trying to get to know what your role should be. So if it is about entrusting leadership between us who are seated here and those who were afraid to come to this discussion, I mean, inaenda tu namna hiyo. Lakini mimi ninawaomba kura. Tarehe 9 mwezi ya 8, mimi ninawaomba kura. Na nitawatumikia vizuri kuliko vile nimewatumikia. Asanteni.
Thank you. Mwalimu, before you finish, we would like to catch, who are you fronting for who is your president candidate? Who is your MP? Who is your MCA? Then we come to Honorable Benja and Honorable Paul. We're giving you 2 minutes to campaign for your president and your governor and your MCA.
Thank you, Dale. That is a good reminder.
Yes.
I am a member of the UDA party, the bottom-up economic model.
Order.
We are introducing. My president is Honorable William Samoei Ruto.
Order.
It is your duty now to order them.
Yes.
Order.
Tafadhali tupatie mwalimu time. Tafadhali tupatie Honorable Epuyo time.
Order. Pea mwalimu muda amalize.
Yes.
A focused leader, someone who has a plan for this country, someone who has a plan for all Kenyans, and we want to begin from the bottom going up. I am voting for the governorship of Honorable John Lodepe Nakara as our governor, and it will be a new beginning. A new beginning. Of course, with our deputy governor, who is our son and who is seated amidst us here. And that government, the Turkana West people, will have a serious share on the table in Turkana West. Yeah. This is Kakuma. My MCA in Kakuma is, of course, Honorable James Lole Lekaran Oyarot. He has been tried. He is working. And I'm sure, since that was his first term, his second term would even be better. In Lopur, kindly vote for Gilbert Ewet Topos. I'm brand new young man who is very energetic, quite straightforward, and that guy I think is going to change Lopur because of his work experience, able to write proposals, able to push ideas. You can remember the Nasinyono project, the Joanita project, and the way he has been able to push for that farm to get our livelihoods diversified. He is fit for that position. In Leta Ward, I am with Mheshimiwa, the former, popularly known as Pakuma, and I think the people of Leta this time will give him an opportunity. I have a brand new candidate in Kalobeye Ward, a young lady. This is, UDA is a serious party, Dahil, giving young people opportunity to pursue leadership in a very structured manner. Madam Mheshimiwa Fatuma Akiru, watch her on the 9th. Of course, the veteran in Turkana West, the majority leader currently, Mheshimiwa Kobong in Bethwell, in Songot Ward. With all that experience, I think Songot is not a contest. For Lokchogyo, I have a colleague of mine, a friend of mine, an age mate, Mheshimiwa Paul Loren, contesting under the UDA party. But something interesting happens in Lokichogyo Ward. I have 5 other friendly parties that belong to Kenya Kwanza. Darius Aule is in ANC. There is Rebecca Akeno in Safina party. And even the brother to the gentleman here is, hold on, please. Hold on. Order. He is friendly to the UDA party. He is only seeking for his seat, Mheshimiwa Paul Ngimusea Ekal, popularly known as Nadiaman. But he votes UDA in the 5 other seats. And so, and interestingly also, James Ebei Kuya, who is an independent like Benjamin here, is also aligned to me. So all those guys are going to do a good job for us this time round in Loki. In Nanam Ward Dahil, the last one, I have 2 MCAs, one in UDA, that is the former Deputy Speaker, Philip Lumuri Ekuam, as the UDA candidate. But there is a brand new guy in Ford, Kenya, James Kitala Kionga, formerly of ODM, but now he's sympathetic to our cause. UDA is very strong in Turkana West. I urge us to vote for
Thank you so much, Molim. Honorable Benja, we know you're independent, but you can also talk about the MCAs aligned to you who are also independent, or any other person who is a friend to you,
or anyone who has requested for your vote and your support.
Yes.
Thank you. Having been a candidate on an independent ticket for the MP Turkana West constituency, the first thing I was looking at when I thought of becoming a candidate for Turkana West and serving the Turkana West people was joining a political party. And to join a political party, little did I know that political parties were controlled and run by individualistic and egocentric members who formed it. I looked for an opportunity to do or to go for a nomination in an UDA ticket because I wanted to support earlier the ideology of the bottom up. That was my thought first. But little did I know that what was being said is the opposite of what was being done. Where where those who were already there decided not to go for a nomination to elect a person to take a ticket. And that is the first thing. I avoided the UDA and went to Jubilee also, where I wanted to go for nomination, and also the UDA, the ODM, which was not possible. But again, the Kenyan government, through the registrar of political parties, the window for people to be candidates and contest through an independent ticket. And speaking as an independent candidate, I do not want to cheat you saying I support a party politics on UDA or who political president or whatever. I'm only waiting for the person, because we are still campaigning, and the end of campaign will be the 9th, the 6th. So before 6th, I would have thought of a president to support, governor, women rep, and those others. On the MCA race, the law. Order. Kakuma Hot, being the largest and even the next municipality in Turkana, as an MCA on an independent ticket, whom I fully support, and the members of Turkana West residing in Kakuma also support the young man by the name Emanikor Daniel Yakale. Order. That's our next MCA in Kakuma, and that is we are not going to argue about. It is as straight and clear as such.
Order, please. Order.
You know, 9th will always tell the truth. Today we can shout, yell. The 9th is the speedometer or the target point. We will check on that time. The last point will be, on other words, I do not support any member because they have the policy and the code of conduct which is tying them to their political parties, and I do not have any candidate on an independent ticket to support whatsoever place. So I know that people of Turkana West will vote for me and will vote for my agenda, as they have always supported it fully. Thank you, and I will appreciate if you all vote for me as you have voted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Paul.
Asante. My president ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Reason being, 6,000 kwa kila mwezi to those poor, good health cover.
Order. Tafadhalini order.
Watu Azimio never booed you. Kemadak berengin lokotida kemona. Kemadak.
Order, please.
Order. Pea kila mtu nafasi yake aongee tafadhali.
Jaza chini.
Pea kila mtu nafasi yake aongee.
Kwa hivyo Raila Amolo Odinga tuko na 6,000 ya kila familia ambayo iko very poor. Tuko na free education from elementary school up to tertiary level. Tafadhali sikiza hii sikiza baba na mama.
Order.
The third, ametuambia kwamba kuna kitu naitwa baba nini? Baba care. Tulia ndugu yangu. Hii itani ara governor ebala mambereni nyo. Tarama kurani toan. My governor is His Excellency John Munyes Kionga. Kwa hivyo hiyo kitu Iberengi ni gwa gloko tike mona bode.
Order,
Order,
please.
Order.
My senator.
Yes.
Order.
My senator. My senator is because we are in Oka. Professor Malaki Ekai. Sasawa. The term is professor. Now, kuja kwa women rep. Niko na mama elimu. Anaitwa Mama Pauline Lokuruka.
Order.
Tafadhali don't hiyo ni yako hii ni yangu
Order.
Na supporters wangu. Mama Pauline Lokuruka, I chose her because of this reason. Tafadhali kama ingekuwa hizi reason pengine ningechukua mali nye unasema she took me to school. Mimi sikukuwa na mama ama baba mwenye angenilipia secondary. I went to school with slippers. She took me like a child of her own.
Order.
Tafadhali na hii neberea mwona kane. Elomi bereto.
Mheshimiwa, endelea.
So, she took me to school. Not only me, kama kuna mtu anaitwa Eli Milim, kama kuna kijana ako Sanyana anaitwa Eli Milim, kama kuna Natome, Apa Atalomenen, she's the one who took to school. Oh, okay, she's with a lot of adequate advantages. Yani ni mama ambaye watoto wake wote, the last born is a pharmacist. So anatafuta ikiti kusaidia sisi. Kwa sababu hatujawahi ona umuhimu wa hiyo kiti. Kwa upande ya persons with disability, kwa upande wa mama kwa biashara, kwa upande wa youth, yet 7 million in every constituency is put in that kitty. Mimi kwa upande ya MP.
Order.
Kwa upande ya MP, chapa kura kwa kijana ya Kanu Freshi. Sawa. Paul Kea Esekon Ake. Sawa.
Thank you mheshimiwa.
Weka hiyo kitu hapo.
Thank you mheshimiwa.
Tukienda kwa upande wa MCS. Kakumwa. Pigimia mimi kura kwa Eliud Emoni. Pigia mikura hapo.
Order.
Kama ingekuwa kwa sababu tuko ndani ya Mwenyezi, pengine ningekumbuka rafiki yangu Benja kwa hapo. Lakini kwa saa hizi
order.
Tafadhali. Niko kwa Eliud Emoni. Kwa hivyo pia uko na freedom Si abala taramaibereni alwai ni tuan kichagunu. Anibuni letea pigia mimi kura kwa kijana naitwa Emuria Felix. Sawa. Muria Felix.
Order.
Ukikuja Kalobeye, pigia mimi kura kwa Nyanga. Sawa. Pigia mimi kura kwa Nyanga. Ukikuja Songot, pigia mimi kura kwa Nkuruchana. Sawa. Ukikuja Lokichogyo, tafuta watu wangapi? Kuna Angeline na kuna Mufti. Sawa. Hiyo mbili hiyo. Ukienda Nanam, pigia mimi kura kwa Ashim. Sawa. Na kumalizia, ukifika Lopur, pigia mimi kura kwa Gilbert Ekai.
Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
Ngoja kwanza.
Thank you very much.
Order.
Gilbert Topos.
Order.
Gilbert nikimalizia. Tafadhali nikimalizia.
Order.
Nikimalizia. I have whole reasons why those MCAs are working side by side with me. Kwa sababu mimi naangalia mtu wapi? Hapa juu. Kwa hivyo taramakura alwai Nitwan mamberin ngakot.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Daktari.
Asante sana.
Daktari, before we give this a special announcement, wakati tutatoka kuna mafadha wanalala hapa na kuna watoto wako hapa, so when we'll be leaving tuende pole pole. Na kumalizia, I hope all these MCAs mumewataja, they will come here tomorrow. We are happy. Turkana West, these are the only 3 gentlemen wenye wamekuja hapa kusikia mambo yenu.
Kabla hamjatoka, tunaomba msikize mzee Chris Erukudi kwa heshima na taadhima.
Asante,
tunaomba
daktari.
mtulie msikize mzee Chris Erukudi.
Karibu mzee.
Tafadhali kwa heshima na taadhima.
Kuja hapa mzee.
Tunawaomba.
It is courtesy of Mzee, Turkana West professionals, the likes of Jalinga, who made sure this debate has happened.
Tutulie tafadhali, tupatie mzee nafasi atuambie maneno mawili matatu. Tutulie tafadhali.
So, good night everybody. First, before I pass a vote of thanks, may I recognize that this arrangement was made possible through the combined effort of CBO called ACDO, whose members are around, and the entire Turkana West professionals. And professionals have decided to go according to the world. Now in Kenya, if you do campaigns the old ways, you are not in Kenya. You are in your own country. Sidio? This is now the modern way of doing things. And it has happened. Even the presidential candidates have done, governors, women rep, MPs, MCAs, they will all be put in front to speak like these honorable people. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you individually, Honorable Paul Esekon. Actually, you are the first to confirm you are attending. I want to pass also thanks to you, Benja Ekwam. You did not confirm, but it is good you came. And lastly, to the incumbent, Honorable Daniel Epuyo Nanok, you had indicated in one conversation we had that you don't mind appearing before any debate. So I was sure you. Thank you for coming at your own. You have seen there was nothing sinister. Is to express your ideas, even to practice your English. Yeah? Even to know how to answer questions. Sasa, if you are not in that caliber, then you are wrong. Sindio? Kama huwezi kupasavia kama hawa, then you want to rule us the whole way. Tomorrow. So secondly, we want to thank you as a team. We achieved 50%. A moderator, we expected 6, but we have 3 have turned up. So that is 50%. What is that in grade? C or D plus? If you were 50, you need D ama C plus, D plus ama C. We need, okay, I'm a confirm lecturer, I'm a confirm ni C. Hiyo ni pass, lakini hautaenda university. Sindio? Hiyo tuko below. We want to thank the church at TV. When we approach them, they just told us how to do it professionally. And we told them, go ahead, do the way you think. So umeona vile wamefanya. So we want to thank them in a special way. And also to thank you, the people who came up. You have just taken your time. Hata mungekaa tu nyumbani, mungetazama kwa TV, mungetazama kwa Facebook, si ndio? Lakini mmeamua kuja hapa na kuona debate here. So the main purpose is to engage us. Our organization called Lakido is formed with the concept of consultation. It is called ATO, Consultative Development Organization. So this is one of the role or mandate. It's just to consult like we have done. So we have sponsored in a way. Turkana West professionals have sponsored, mainly somebody called Yalinga Paul has really, he has worked behind the curtains and has delivered a lot. And then the professional chairperson, Kevin Nekal, who has been on the ground, and many others that are here. So we want to thank you. And tomorrow, please turn up before 9. All the MCAs will be there. There are 34. Sindio? 34. 42. In fact, we are not confirmed others. So tell them, honorables, it is costly to prepare this. Sindio? Hata ninyi mnalipa. Kidogo ndio tulipe kazi. Hata MCAs, mwambia wafanye vile tuliwaambia. Asikuje tu bure na tumefanya na kazi namna hii. Tutafanya aje? Hiyo si yangu. Hiyo ni ya kufanya kazi kama hii. Mnaona vile imerembeshwa. Hii wall haitakuwa bure, si ndio? We moderator kai hapa bure. All these instruments. So MCAs kama ni 42, I think the moderator will have to design. You will have to design a very good way of putting them either word by word. Wa word moja hapa. Tukimaliza na hawa, they are free even to leave. Tuwache wengine. Nafikiri something like that. Kwa hayo na mengi tutaendelea. Sasa hii motion inatasomwa all over Kenya. Wewe umeonekana bali. Sio ile baraza yetu tu ya hapa. You are international and national. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Asante sana mzee. Simpigie hata mzee makofi. Kabla sijamaliza, unajua hatuwezi jua, pengine watu hapa kuna wenye wametoka Kerio na wanaweza nilaumu. Si nipatie nafasi kijana wenu awasalimie. Ndio asiseme alikuja nyumbani akanyimwa hata kufungua mdomo.
Familia ya Turkana West. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Good evening. Mimi nashukuru kwanza kwa sababu ya nyinyi wote kuwa mahali hapa siku hii. Na kabla sijaendelea kuwashukuru, disclaimer kwa Daktari Logiron. Mimi sijatoka Kerio. Sawa sawa. So ningependa kuwapongeza nyinyi wote kwa kukubali kukaa hapa for all those hours. Kusikiza agenda ya wale watu ambao wanawania kutuongoza kama constituency. Mimi naweza sema ni siku kubwa sana kwetu kama Turkana West. Ni jambo ambalo alijawahi fanyika, na kufanyika siku ya leo ni historical. So inamaanisha sisi wote tunapenda Turkana West. Kimalizia, tuendelee kuishi kwa amani. Sisi watu wa Turkana West ni muhimu sana. Siasa isitugawe. Sawa sawa? Yes, tuishi kwa amani kama venye tulikuwa tunaishi, kwa sababu hii siasa itakuja na itaenda. After all, kura yako ni siri yako, sawa sawa. Ile ushawishi ndugu zetu hapa na wa senior most wametupea siku ya leo, kama inaweza kukushawishi kuchagua nani atakuwa mbunge wetu, tutamshukuru Mungu, si ndio? Na kama haiwezi kukushawishi kuchagua mbunge, bado tutashukuru Mungu kwa sababu yako, sawa sawa, because in the end we are all going to make a decision on how to make Turkana West great. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. I love you all. Nashukuru sana.
Asante sana, tumpigie makofi na tunakutakia kila laheri. Waheshimiwa, tunaweza piga picha hapa tukisalimiana. Mambereni nyoni. Itani airia muniko kai. Kengarak niche. Oriai. Itani araunia mjumbe tarawe mjumbe tayo kadang. Ejoko noi alakara.
Also known as Sun City Confectionery Limited. We are a confectionery company that started a while ago when Corona period was.
This is where you can get what you want. You need it, we have it here at Turkana University. Turkana University is the cradle of knowledge. Welcome to Turkana University.